First of all, we've just got a few bits and pieces to clear up before we start closing submissions. And before that, please could you make sure your mobile phones are turned silent. And we've just heard the fire alarm. Couldn't really miss that. And so if we hear it again, it will be the real thing. And we go out of one of the two doors either side, downstairs, congregate in council's car park. And obviously don't come back until we're told it's safe to do so. Everyone all right with stairs? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, you're good. Yes, good.
I was in the gym this morning.
Well, you.
Mr. Rhymes helped me take my crutches to the charity shop.
Very impressive. Good. Right. Okay. Now, we have got a few outstanding things. First of all, my public art condition. Anybody got any comments on that?
Yes, Mum. I'm just double checking it against the section 106 and just looking at the trigger points to make sure it aligns with the timing for the submission of the various strategies. I've had feedback from the council; they're happy with it as it is, but I just need to review it. Okay. I will try to come back with some comments to you by lunchtime.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, your note, which have we got Mr. Gamble or Mr. Dygan here today? No.
My understanding is Mr. Dygan's at home. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. So the note, I'm assuming, is a joint note, is it? Right, well, thank you for that. I hope everyone's got it. So the only thing is that on my take, whether the effects of the relief road on the Stones Farm mitigation and whether or not the increase in SAM's payment will be sufficient to conclude no likely significant effect on the European sites isn't one for the Secretary of State as competent authority. Secretary of State isn't competent authority for the Stones Farm development. The competent authority for the Stones Farm development is the council. So obviously the Secretary of State can express a view and probably will do so on the whole as the whole issue's been raised. But obviously, as far as I can see, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, it's the council as decision maker that has to be satisfied with that. Now the note, of course, it is satisfied. I would actually like that in writing from the council, please. Just so there's absolutely nobody disputes that. Okay, couldn't that be organised? Okay, and so is everybody happy with my my understanding of the point?
Yes, Mum, and we will submit our note later this morning.
You're going to submit your note, yes.
Yep.
Okay, so fine.
So that would be a separate decision. That would have to be a separate decision outside of this process, is what you're saying, because the Stones Farm application is a standalone.
Mm-hmm. Well, all I'm saying is that the Secretary of State isn't a competent authority as far as Stones Farm is concerned, and therefore, I mean, that's what the note says it is. The Secretary of State is, but that's not correct as far as I know.
So, in effect, by saying something now before it's got to make that decision, and presumably that decision would have to go to a committee.
I don't know.
And by saying something on record like that, it could be predetermining itself.
Well, I mean, I've got a joint note from the council and the applicants that says just that. So
I think the council probably needs to take that away and think about.
I've asked,
I agree.
What I've asked for is for the council to provide me with a written, just to say that they agree. How they do that is up to the council, to be honest. Right, okay, thank you. But anyway, yes, we are. Ms. Bonnie, you're going to supply a response later today. Are you?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Are you?
Yep.
With everything else.
Yeah. Well, you know, that adds to the list.
Okay, right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now, the third thing is the monitor and manage issue. I think it boils down, really, the main dispute was whether or not these sensitive locations for monitoring should be included for the northern site in the monitoring report. That's what it comes down to, isn't it? And the did you actually send anything in? I've
got it. When I go out the room, I'm going to hit send.
Right, okay. Well, the County Council has got Mr Townsend's list. Is it yours any different from that?
It's quite a comprehensive list, and it uses the heat maps that I referred to yesterday.
Okay, right.
So well, I'll ping that. I'll walk out when you've done your summary and send.
Right. Okay, Mr Stimson. I think we will need. Mr Young's here. Maybe he'd like to respond. Or maybe you wouldn't. Mr Stimson, perhaps, because you won't. I mean, unless you want to, Mr Young. I don't know. No, you don't want to. Right. Okay. Mr Stimson, then.
Okay, Mum. I have no further instructions on those. The list of locations over and above what I said yesterday, which is, as far as the Kent County Council's case throughout, no specific need was identified for monitoring at those locations. So I have no evidential base on behalf of the council to insist on those locations.
Okay.
We have no objection to them being specified, of course, but that would be a matter for the applicants to agree or propose. But from the County Council's perspective, we can't insist on those locations because the modelling that was done didn't identify that there would be issues associated with them.
Okay, fair enough. So, Mr Pereira and Mr Simons, how's that? Is there anything to say on that point? It's up to what Mr Simpson's saying is up to the council and the applicants, because it's obviously whether they wish that to go in. We haven't actually had the final list yet from Miss Bonnie, so do you want him to sort of answer first, or would you like to say something?
I've got nothing to say on that at the moment.
Right.
I take some instructions.
No, there's nothing for us to say. There's no need in accordance with the evidence for a list of roads in the north. And the position that has been agreed hitherto is robust, and there's nothing more to say about it from our perspective at the moment, as you said, or as think.
Well, Miss Bonnie, you're going to put your list in, aren't you? Yeah. So we'll circulate that, and then we'll ask again.
Yeah, we can do that, and if need be. I was going to say if need be we can do a note, but we can't really. It's no more time. Well, we could touch on it in closings, perhaps.
Yeah, let's just put the list in, and then we can
jump off that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Mr Pereira, I presume you haven't got anything else to add to that? No. Oh, right. Thank you. Was there anything else? Oh yes, we were expecting some further information from the NHS, weren't we?
I'm so sorry.
Further information from the NHS about those sites. We haven't heard anything, have we?
No.
We have chased it up.
Matt did it.
Yeah.
Matt emailed them yesterday, but no response.
No.
That we've seen.
So, if we get anything, obviously, otherwise, you know. Right. Okay. So that's really a sort of ongoing thing. I'll keep you up to date with that. Good. All right then. Now, in terms of closings today, then. So first,
Ma'am, sorry. Yes. Before you move on to that, just one thing that you should be aware of is the council is currently consulting on the Bexon, a new conservation area around the hamlet of Bexon.
Right.
It's a live consultation, and the officer might like to fill you in on that. But of course, you'll be writing your report as the council's consulting, and potentially it may adopt a new conservation area. But I thought I'd flag it now so it's on your radar.
All right. Well, I mean, yes, presumably by the time that's done, it will be in the hands of the Secretary of State. So no doubt the Secretary of State will be notified. I don't know, what's the timeline for this?
The consultation's running until the 10th of December.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry, the consultation's running until the 10th of December.
Oh.
Yeah.
I suppose, Mum, it's how quickly you write your report.
I won't be writing it by then. I mean, I won't be finished it by then or anything shouldn't
I think we'll just have to leave it that if it becomes a conservation area, it will be something the Secretary of State's got to think about.
Well, of course.
And so, obviously.
Well, it'll be. I mean, if it's while I'm still handling it, obviously we'll seek views.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's something, if it's not until after the report's submitted, then the Secretary of State can deal with it. So
it's just really to state the obvious, just for the Swale to let everyone know as soon as. Well, if it happens, as soon as it happens.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Thank you. Anything else? All right, so today then we're going to hear, first of all, we have changed the order. I think everybody knows that by now, and so we're going to have first of all Mr. Westmoreland Smith on behalf of National Highways, then we're going to have Mr. Young on behalf of Kent County Council, and then we're going to have are you doing it, or is Mr. Bell or Mr. Barnes?
Mr. Bell and Mr. Barnes, they're not in the room because they're just finalising it at the moment, thank you.
Right, and we agreed yesterday that will be no earlier than 2:30.
That's correct,
All
thank
right.
you.
Just to say, thank you, all noted. Just to say, if the first two this morning could be circulated ASAP.
We've got them.
We've not.
Well, I have.
I've got further hard copies. But
but you should have them electronically.
Electronically would be ideal.
They will.
I sent them in last night.
I'm sure. No. I'm sure you did. And presumably, did you?
Hang on, let's just make sure that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Just in case. We'll hand them out. Thank you. Yeah, we're handing them out.
Yeah, can you give one to? You have.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously, yeah. I'm sure Helen and Yvonne can hear, but if they're just
sure
as
they
and when
do.
they can be emailed, would be great.
I've got one, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, okay. Everybody got one that wants one? Right, this is the case now I can shut up and listen to you. So when you're ready, Mr. Westmoreland Smith, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Drapkin-Writer is also going to read some of these submissions. As we confirmed in opening, National Highways' interest is confined to matter C in the Secretary of State's call-in letter, and your main consideration, D, in short, the effects on the strategic road network. National Highways is a strategic highway company under the Infrastructure Act 2015. It operates under a licence which comprises the Secretary of State for Transport statutory directions and guidance to National Highways as to how it should carry out its duties and functions as a strategic highways company. National Highways is the highway authority for the strategic road network. That's a critical national asset, and National Highways is required by its licence to operate and manage the strategic road network in the public interest, both in respect of current activities and needs, as well as in providing effective stewardship in its long-term operation and integrity. As relevant to the present applications, the SRN comprises the M2, the A249 north of the M2, and should permission be granted, will include a section of the Southern Relief Road between the new motorway junction on the M2, junction 5A, and the roundabout directly to the north of that junction. Paragraph 4.2 of the licence provides that National Highways must act in a manner best calculated to, and then just highlighting a few points rather than reading it all, ensure the effective operation of the network and protect and improve the safety of the network and conform to the principles of sustainable development. The licence makes clear that sustainable development for its purposes means encouraging economic growth while protecting the environment and improving safety and quality of life for current and future generations. As confirmed by Mr. Peters, the support for sustainable growth in the licence aligns with the policy in the Department for Transport Circular 1 of 22 and the policy requirement in paragraph 116 of the framework that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. National Highways is not opposed to the principle of the development, and following detailed engagement with the applicants and the local planning and highways authorities, does not object to the northern and southern applications, subject to appropriate conditions and 106 obligations. There was some suggestion by interested parties during the inquiry that National Highways had approached the scrutiny of the applications with a light touch. That is wrong and is not borne out by the evidence before this inquiry. By way of an example, the technical report accompanying National Highways' response to the planning application for the southern site provides a high-level overview of National Highways' interaction with the planning application. And Table 1 of that document sets out 44 action points and further caveats made by National Highways, with the columns showing National Highways' interaction with the southern application and how its concerns have been addressed. It is a record of a forensic and detailed iterative approach to the application that puts to bed any suggestion of a light touch approach. As part of its detailed review, National Highways requested further information from the applicants, which is appended to the Statement of Common Ground signed between National Highways and the applicants. In National Highways' view, further information was necessary in order to demonstrate that the proposal to form a new connection to the motorway was achievable, even though the application is in outline with all matters reserved, and therefore the proposed motorway junction is only concept at this stage. In cross-examination, Mr. Miller emphasised that while what is being proposed is concept design, the applicants have proposed a greater level of information than would normally be classed as concept. For example, in relation to gradients, earthworks, extents and parameters, not least because National Highways required this level of detail in order to be able to assess the deliverability of the concept junction. As explained in our evidence, in light of this further information and through continued engagement with the applicants, all outstanding matters have now been resolved to National Highways' satisfaction, and it's satisfied that there are no obvious reasons why a new M2 Junction 5A is not achievable or deliverable at the location shown on the parameters plans. Interested parties also raised concerns during the inquiry of a perceived lack of certainty regarding the ability to deliver a new motorway junction and the process for consenting and construction of that new motorway junction. As explained by our witnesses, on the basis of the information provided by the applicants, National Highways is now satisfied with regards the ability to deliver the new junction in accordance with the parameters plans. And planning permission does not give consent for connections to the SRN. This is a Highways Act 1980 matter. In this case, and from the information provided, the consenting route for the proposed connection being to a motorway network and classed as a special road by virtues of its use or restricted to certain classes of vehicle, would be under Section 16 of the Highways Act, for which the Secretary of State for Transport is the consenting authority. The consenting process will be bespoke, but there is nothing obvious to suggest it's not achievable. In any event, there is no risk of the southern development coming forward without or before the motorway junction is delivered, as two proposed Grampian conditions prevent the commencement of development other than preliminary works until after the Highways Act consent has been granted, and prevent the occupation of development until after the new motorway junction has been delivered and opened towards traffic. These conditions are agreed between the applicants, National Highways and Swale Borough Council. They are fundamental to National Highways' position, and they're necessary to ensure that the applicants obtain the necessary highways consents for the key element of the developer's access strategy to the SRN prior to the development commencing. They prevent any unacceptable impact on highway safety or residual severe cumulative impacts on the road network as a result of the occupation of the proposed development prior to the delivery of the new road infrastructure. With that, I turn to the northern application very shortly and just say, subject to the imposition of conditions and following the discussion in the conditions session and the inspector's comments, National Highways is content that its interests and the functioning and safety of the strategic road network are sufficiently protected by the agreed highways conditions. And in light of that, National Highways considers that the development proposals for the northern application would not result in any unacceptable road safety or other severe impacts on the strategic road network and would therefore be acceptable to National Highways. Turning then to the southern application, at the time of the call-in, there were 9 outstanding matters of concern to National Highways, as set out in the technical note accompanying the planning response of 4th of October and confirmed in the Statement of Common Ground. Following continued engagement between the applicants and National Highways, all outstanding matters have now been resolved to the satisfaction of National Highways, and it's content that the southern application is acceptable in terms of its impacts on the SRN, subject to conditions. Following the discussion in the condition sessions, as I've already said, National Highways is content with the proposed conditions. National Highways' current position on the 9 matters outstanding at the time of call-in is set out below. This reflects the structure of the evidence provided by National Highways witnesses. And I set out there that structure that one sees in the evidence. I'm not going to read that out, but it provides a structure for what comes in these closing submissions. So turning then to planning matters, and matter 1, new connections to the SRN and compliance with Circular 1 of 22. New connections to or on the SRN are dealt with in paragraphs 18 to 25 of that circular. Paragraphs 19 to 20 of the circular set a presumption against new connections on that part of the network designed for high-speed traffic, which would include the M2. Other than for specific exceptions set out in paragraph 20, and none of those exceptions apply, except where identified in the plan-making stage and having discounted all other access options. The reason for the presumption against a new connection, unless a strategic need has been identified at the plan-making stage, is set out in paragraph 18, and I set out there what paragraph 18 says. It's agreed between the applicants and National Highways that as the new junction is not identified in an adopted local plan, there is conflict with paragraph 20 of the circular. Circular 122 is planning policy, and that conflict is a material consideration to be taken into account by yourself and the Secretary of State. But on the basis of the information before the inquiry, National Highways invites you and the Secretary of State to give limited weight to the conflict on the basis of National Highways' overarching analysis of the proposed new junction. There is a clear justification and strategic need for the new junction if the proposed development comes forward, a matter that doesn't appear to be strongly contested by any party. Following the detailed technical analysis of the proposals carried out by National Highways, which is detailed below, has concluded that a junction can be delivered in an acceptable manner. National Highways considers there's no justification for refusing permission on the basis of Circular 1 of 22. Turning then to Highways Act consent, it's agreed between the applicants and National Highways that separate consent will be required for the new junction, and that this consent would be secured via Section 16 of the Highways Act. A scheme under Section 16 must be confirmed by the Secretary of State for Transport in accordance with the procedure in Schedule 1 to that Act. The application for consent must be made by National Highways and can't be made by the applicant. As such, National Highways and the applicants will need to agree the form and content of the application prior to its submission by National Highways on the applicant's behalf, whether by way of a contractual agreement or otherwise. There's nothing to stop such an agreement being reached, and it's agreed with the applicants that such agreement needs to be reached prior to the submission of the application for Section 16 consent. The preparation of the application will likely be undertaken by the applicants prior to its submission by National Highways, and therefore the timetable for the preparation of the Section 16 application will largely be in the applicant's control. The applicants will be responsible for fully funding the preparation of the Section 16 application, including funding National Highways for any works it is required to do in that process. Having assessed the scheme on the basis of the information, National Highways has not identified any red flags which indicate that Section 16 consenting process would likely result in failure. If the proposed development does not proceed as expected, any changes could either be addressed through the Section 16 consenting process, or if land take exceeds 15 hectares, an application for development consent for the new junction could be made. In that scenario, there'd be no need for the Section 16 consent. The process that National Highways normally takes when preparing a Section 16 application is set out in Appendix 1 to the motorway junction consenting statement of common ground that was submitted between the applicants and National Highways. There's no obligation on the applicants to follow National Highways' own processes. The proposal for the new junction is unique in being wholly proposed and funded by a private developer. As such, it will likely adopt its own bespoke process to be agreed between the applicants and National Highways. And National Highways will carry out a gap analysis to agree the scope of further works necessary for obtaining Section 16 consent in the light of the significant works and materials produced by the applicants for the purposes of these applications. The significant amount of work already undertaken will likely reduce the timescales for the preparation of the Section 16 application compared with those set out in Appendix 1 to that Statement of Common Ground. National Highways will work with the applicants with the aim of obtaining the Section 16 consent, and as already stated, its review of the evidence has not identified any reason why that consent should not be achievable. Then very briefly on planning conditions, I've already touched on it, but we are satisfied with those that have been proposed in the context of both applications. Turning then to traffic modelling, and firstly is the strategic traffic modelling. Strategic traffic modelling comprises a number of scenarios. For present purposes, these include the base year of a model. This comprises the validated traffic conditions at the time of the collection of the data on which the model is developed. The reference case, this is a forecast scenario which includes known committed development and infrastructure. It's used to demonstrate future traffic conditions in the absence of the development being assessed. And then the do something scenario. This is developed by adding traffic forecasts derived from the demand model, i.e. the expected trip rates and distribution as a result of the proposed development, and any associated mitigation to the reference case model, in order to determine the residual traffic impacts of a development and mitigation package. At the time of call-in, there was agreement between National Highways and the applicants on the base year of the model and the demand model, which informed the do something scenario. The only aspect of the strategic modelling not agreed at the time was the reference case. This was due to National Highways' concern that the reference case was based on a local plan review which had been taking place in 2021 and which was subsequently abandoned. As such, the Swale transport model on which the reference case was based distributed housing and employment growth in accordance with a spatial pattern that wasn't being pursued and therefore was inaccurate and unsupported by an evidence base. National Highways therefore requested further work on the part of the applicants to support their reference case, either by replacing the model with one based on the adopted local plan, or to demonstrate why reliance on the Swale transport model was justified. A further technical note was produced by the applicant's consultants in January 2025 and provided to National Highways on the 3rd of February. That undertook a sensitivity test on the reference case model by applying an industry standard approach using temporary growth factors, which assumed general blanket growth across the model area rather than directing it to particular allocations identified in the local plan review. The sensitivity test demonstrated that the traffic impacts of the development were relatively insensitive to where growth was located, effectively validating the continued use of the Swale transport model for the consideration of the Highsted applications. Some emphasis was placed in cross-examination of Mr. Howell on the implications of the applicant's assumptions on modal shift for the transport modelling reviewed by National Highways, should those be incorrect. Mr. Howell confirmed that the aspects of the proposed development that National Highways is concerned with are less sensitive to modal shift, given it's not possible, for example, to walk or cycle on the motorway. And in general, mode shift has more impact on shorter distance journeys rather than the longer distance journeys that are usually undertaken on the SRN. Therefore, any inaccuracies in the anticipated modal shift applied by the applicants would not affect the conclusions reached. Nonetheless, as set out in the Section 106 agreement, National Highways will have an advisory capacity in the Transport Review Group, the remit of which includes overseeing the development and implementation of monitor and manage strategy element of the development's access strategy, to ensure that opportunities for shift to sustainable modes of transport are maximised. And as recorded in the statement, or the second statement of common ground, National Highways is now content with all aspects of transport modelling undertaken in support of the proposed development. I then turn to local junction modelling. As part of its review of the applicant's transport appraisal, National Highways also considered the development impacts from a road safety perspective at each of the junctions on the strategic road network, which would be potentially affected by the proposed development. That's junction 5 on the M2, the proposed new junction, and junction 6 and 7 on the M2, as well as the A249 junctions. In relation to each of the M2 junctions, as these are all grade separated junctions, a critical safety aspect is the ability of traffic to safely exit from or join the main carriage of the M2. This requires divergers where traffic leaves the motorway and mergers where the traffic joins the motorway to be able to accommodate the traffic demand. In turn, that requires the traffic entering and leaving the motorway, together with traffic already on or remaining on the motorway, to be in keeping with the design flow of the M2 as a two-lane motorway. The model pattern of traffic for M2 junctions 5, 6 and 7, as a result of the introduction of the proposed new junction, is that some traffic will reassign to junction 5A as a new entry-exit point and become a more attractive route for some existing traffic than the existing routes as a result of the proposed new relief road. This reassignment results in less traffic leaving the M2 at junctions 5, 6 and 7 and consequently increases traffic on the main line as it travels down to the new junction. Overall, while there are increased volumes of traffic using the M2 as a result of the proposed development, which affect mainline capacity and junction merge and diverge arrangements, these issues are generally present in both the reference case and do something scenario, and indicate a general need for a future route upgrade rather than individual junction improvements. National Highways does not have any scheme in its programme or funding available for the delivery of improvements to the M2 corridor, In any event, the extent of the increase is not such as to give rise to any highway safety impact or to cause severe congestion. The only section of the motorway where capacity is exceeded in the reference case, but not in the do something scenario, is between junctions 5 and 5A. In that case, the extent of the exceedance is limited to 2% and would occur towards the end of the assessment period, if at all. Generally speaking, a material exceedance would be 10% or more, and here exceedance would result in a minor and short-lived congestion during the 1 hour peak period in the morning and evening, and would not give rise to any safety concern or severe congestion, these being the policy tests. In relation to the 3A249 junctions, which are also part of the SRN, that's Key Street, Bobbing Junction and Gravehurst Junction. With the exception of the north-facing slips at Gravehurst Junction, these would all experience a reduction of traffic flows in the do something scenario compared with the reference case. That is due to traffic reassigning from these junctions to the new M2 junction 5A and relief roads. While there would be an increase in traffic flows to the north of Gravehurst Junction, the capacity of the A249 would not be exceeded, and so the increase is acceptable. The conclusion that any exceedances of capacity would not give rise to any safety concern or severe congestion is further supported by the conservative assumptions in the strategic traffic modelling, which have the effect of increasing the robustness of the modelled traffic flows. The forecast model assumes traffic growth from 2017 to 2038, notwithstanding National Highway's 2 permanent traffic counters on the M2, in fairly close proximity to the proposed new junction, which show no real indication of growth from 2017 to the present day. Furthermore, the traffic growth factors applied in the Swale transport model were derived from an older pre-COVID-19 version of Tempro, which gives higher traffic growth forecasts than the current version. It was factually wrong for Mr. Howe's evidence to be challenged on the basis that the new motorway junctions will be at capacity, ignoring any other development. Through the temporary factors and the growth assumed pursuant to the local plan review, the model clearly takes into account growth other than that associated with the proposed development as part of the reference case. And while the lack of motorway capacity would arise in any event, with or without the proposed development also brings with it a number of wider transport benefits through the introduction of a new connection to the M2. These are the reduction of interaction between the M2 and existing junctions, and reduction in use of parts of the A249, as well as increased network resilience by providing an additional route to the Isle of Sheppey along the proposed relief road. Overall, having regard to the limited exceedance of design capacity, the robustness of the modelling and the benefits of the new junction, National Highways is content that the applicant has demonstrated that the traffic impacts of the proposed development at individual junctions on the SRN are acceptable in accordance with planning policy. Given the impact of the proposed new junction 5A on the junction modelling, this conclusion is contingent on the southern application coming forward in conjunction with the proposed northern relief road and new connection to the M2, and underpins the need for the Grampian conditions referred to above. Then, finally, in this heading, incidental works to the local road network. National Highways has also considered the inadequacy of road capacity where the SRN joins with the local road network to enable traffic to leave the motorway safely and avoid queues of stationary or slow-moving vehicles extending back from the local road network onto the M2. That is a particular concern given the potential for high speed differentials between through traffic on the M2 mainline and queuing traffic leading to the local road network. With regard to the existing junctions 5, 6 and 7 on the motorway, the modelling demonstrates that there would be a reduction of traffic flows leaving the M2 as a result of the proposed development, resulting in betterment by comparison with the present and no need for any increase in road capacity or further modelling. With regard to the proposed new junction, the motorway network would extend to the new roundabout at the southern end of the the Southern Relief Road. The capacity of this new roundabout is therefore relevant to the ability of traffic to leave the SRN safely. The applicant's assessment of capacity at that junction demonstrates that this junction would have sufficient capacity and would therefore be acceptable, subject to satisfactory outcome of a Stage 1 road safety audit and walking, cycling and horse riding assessment and review. The maximum modelled length of the queue at the traffic light is 12 vehicles of 72 metres, which can easily be accommodated on the 400-metre slip road with no risk of queuing back onto the main line. However, given the potential impact of this roundabout on the SRN, National Highways asks that it's consulted by SWAIL on the final design when it's submitted for approval. Finally, while rat running away from the SRN is not a specific concern for National Highways, given it affects the local road network, as explained by Mr. Howe, the new junction would reduce the incidence of rat running, as it would draw London-bound traffic from the A2 through the Southern Relief Road to the M2 instead of the local roads through Sittingbourne, and would reduce the use of the existing junctions. I'm now going to hand over to Ms. Drabkin-Reiter for the next section.
Turning then to junction design. As part of its review of the Southern application, National Highways also considered the concept design of the proposed new motorway junction. As Mr. Miller explained, given the application is submitted in outline with all matters reserved, including access, the assessment of junction design in this context involves consideration of whether the concept for the junction is acceptable in the light of design standards and is suitable for the SRN. Compliance with design standards. The proposed new junction has been designed as a three-way, two-level trumpet interchange with generally free-flowing traffic from one main line to another, apart from one section, the northwestern arm of the junction, where there is a traffic signal. The relevant standard requires at least one free-flow link to be provided. Given only one of the arms of the proposed junction will be signalised, this is compliant with the standard, and National Highways is satisfied that the junction can operate in an acceptable manner. The signalisation will help to generate gaps in the traffic, allowing eastbound traffic coming off the M2 towards the proposed development to enter the junction and join the Southern Relief Road. National Highways has identified 4 departures from standards in the concept design. Departures relate to parts of the design which do not comply with design standards, and as explained by Mr. Miller, are subject to review and approval by National Highways before they can be deemed to be acceptable. As explained by Mr. Miller in cross-examination, while a highways designer will always try to avoid departures from standards, it is not unusual to have a number of departures in any particular scheme. The possibility of departures from standards is envisaged by the DMRB, which may arise where there are land constraints or where there have been innovations in highway design since the standard was formulated. Where a standard is not met in a proposed highway design on the SRN, and relaxations are not permitted, those being a minor pre-approved variation that allows for less stringent criteria without formal approval and not relevant to these applications, National Highways departures from standards process must be followed. The departures process provides assurance that the design is acceptable in terms of safety, maintainability and value for money on a whole life basis, and is an important component of National Highways audit trail and asset data. The departures process requires an application to be made to National Highways and approved before the design is finalised and prior to the incorporation of those departures in the works. This is a separate process from the Highways Act Section 16 consent that will be required to deliver the new junction. The departures application must identify the specific standard departed from and provide an explanation of why that standard is not achievable. The application will be assessed by a separate entity within National Highways, known as TAG and DAS, in order to ensure independent oversight, who will assess the road safety implications of the departures and any other considerations that would affect the delivery of the works. Following that appraisal, a decision will be reached on whether the departure is acceptable, should be made subject to conditions, or is not acceptable. There is no requirement for ministerial approval of any departures from standards. The first departure from standard relates to DMRB CD 127, which sets out the dimensional requirements for the highway cross-sections for all-purpose and motorway trunk roads, both at and away from structures. At the eastbound diverge, where traffic travelling eastbound leaves the motorway to enter the Southern Relief Road, Due to the constrained highway boundary and available land, the length of the transition area or taper between the slip road and the main line is 46 to 47 metres compared to a requirement of around 120 metres. This has implications for the transition of vehicles from the motorway into the junction and the space available for safe emergency stopping. However, given the slip road comprises 2 lanes plus a hard strip, in the case of an accident or emergency, there would still be sufficient space for vehicles to make an emergency stop in the case of a breakdown and for other vehicles to pass any emergency area without backing up to the mainline carriageway. In effect, the outside lane of the slip would act as the hard shoulder in an emergency. Mr. Miller confirmed that, bearing in mind the land constraints, this departure would be likely to be approved through the departures process, even if no other alternative designs were identified during that process. The other 3 departures from standards all relate to CD 122 and the effect of the transport modelling on the merge and diverge layouts for vehicles leaving and joining the main line at the new junction, namely the westbound merge, eastbound diverge and westbound diverge. In order to comply with standards for the merge and diverge layouts, it would be necessary to widen the slips to 3 lanes and widen the M2 main line to 3 lanes on the westbound carriageway between the M2 junction 6 and the new junction. The traffic modelling shows that the need for widening is not generated by the proposed development itself, but by other predicted growth in the area. Requiring the M2 to be widened as part of the southern application in order to avoid the departures from standard would therefore not be proportionate for the impact of the proposed development. Nonetheless, given the modelling demonstrates a need to widen the M2 in this location in the future, National Highways has considered whether the applicant's design for the new junction is capable of accommodating the potential widening of the M2 to 3 lanes, thereby future-proofing its proposals. The applicant has demonstrated to National Highways' satisfaction that the junction concept design does enable the addition of a 3rd lane, which would fit in the proposed abutments and verges for the junction and would not restrict third-party land. Overall, National Highways does not consider there are any significant issues in terms of the departures from standards arising from the junction concept design. Bearing in mind the nature and number of departures, National Highways does not consider that there are any obvious reasons why these would not be approved through its departures process. Road safety audit. Given the application is outlined with all matters reserved, including access, and the junction design is at concept stage, a road safety audit is not specifically required pursuant to the relevant DMRB standard. The requirement to undertake Stage 1 RSA will be engaged at the preliminary design stage following any grant of permission for the proposed development. However, in order to demonstrate that the junction concept is capable of operating safely, National Highways has worked with the applicants to develop and agree a brief to allow an interim Stage 1 RSA to be undertaken, which is appropriate for this concept stage. An interim RSA involves the application of the road safety audit process to the whole or part of a highway scheme at any time during its design and construction. That interim Stage 1 RSA was undertaken and reported on the 20th of February this year, identifying 7 issues or problems with the proposed junction concept and making recommendations to address those problems. The applicants have agreed with the recommendations made in respect of 5 of the problems identified and made changes to their design accordingly. Of the remaining 2 issues and recommendations, 1 has been partially agreed and the other disagreed with. RSA is an iterative process, and the applicants have confirmed that these 2 issues will be considered through a further RSA undertaken at the next design stage and prior to any application for departures from standards. National Highways considers that this is a reasonable and acceptable solution to addressing the highlighted problems at this stage. National Highways does not, therefore, consider that the problems identified are incapable of resolution, nor do they demonstrate that the junction concept is inherently unsafe. Walking, cycling and horse riding assessment and review. Notwithstanding National Highways' interest in the present application relates to the SRN only, it nonetheless considers that a walking, cycling and horse riding assessment is an important part of the transport assessment to ensure that any changes to or effects on the SRN do not impede other users, for example through the severance of routes, not least because the transport modelling assumes a level of modal shift. Such an assessment can also identify any opportunities for including improvements to the network to facilitate sustainable travel. Given active travel users will not be permitted to use the motorway, The only relevant part of the proposed new junction for that assessment is the proposed footbridge to the east of the trumpet element of the junction. A walking, cycling and horse riding assessment was produced by the applicants on the 17th of January 2025 and revised on the 25th of March following comments made by National Highways. That assessment appraises the existing infrastructure for pedestrians, cyclists and equestrians, including commentary on existing levels of use, how this is expected to change as a result of the proposed development. It also confirms that the provision for active travel modes will remain separate from the proposed new motorway junction. National Highways is content that adequate provision is made at the roundabout at the southern end of the Southern Relief Road to dissuade non-motorised users from coming onto the SRN, for example through signage and a lack of desire lines, crossing points and footways at that roundabout. Overall, National Highways considers that the requirements for the proposed concept scheme for this early design stage have been met. Now turning to the cost of delivering the junction. National Highways has previously emphasised the importance of ensuring the applicant's estimated costs of works to the SRN is realistic, as National Highways cannot contemplate works to the SRN starting but not being completed. National Highways will therefore seek surety in relation to the costs of the proposed highways works to the SRN. As explained by Mr. Peters, the differences between the applicant's cost estimate for the proposed new junction, approximately £58 million, and Kent County Council's consultant's estimate, approximately £83 million, relates mainly to the applicant's recognition of the opportunity to reduce costs through economies of scale by building the Southern Relief Road at the same time as the proposed new motorway junction. By contrast, Kent County Council's costing analysis only considers the cost of the new junction in isolation with no supporting connections. As Mr. Peters said in Examination in Chief, National Highways is content that both of these estimates conform to reasonable parameters and are within a realistic level of tolerance given the early concept stage of the design. There will be far greater clarity in terms of costs at the detailed design stage. Nonetheless, at this concept design stage, National Highways is comfortable that the applicant's cost estimates are realistic on the basis that works for the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A could in principle be undertaken at the same time. I'll now pass back to Mr. Westmoreland-Smith.
Thank you. To sum up then shortly, following its review of the applications and the further information provided, National Highways is content that the proposed development will not have an unacceptable impact on highways safety, or that the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe. In relation to the southern application, that conclusion is contingent on the imposition of the Grampian conditions, as the traffic modelling has been undertaken on the basis that the proposed new junction does come forward. While the junction design is only at a concept stage and not put forward for detailed approval through these applications, National Highways is content there are no obvious issues which indicate that a junction in the location indicated on the parameters plans is not capable of being approved under the Highways Act and implemented. National Highways is also content that the proposed development, to the extent that it affects the strategic road network, is consistent with government policies for promoting sustainable transport. Of course, National Highways' role in this inquiry is limited, and in that context, its advice to the inspector and, in due course, the Secretary of State is that, subject to the imposition of the suitable conditions, there are no grounds on which to refuse planning permission for either the northern or southern schemes on the basis of their impacts on the strategic road network. So, unless I can assist you further, those are our submissions.
No, thank you both very much. That's fine, thank you. Right, so we've got Mr. Young next. So what do you think, an hour and a half for that?
Less, I think, probably.
Do you think so? Oh, do you think so? Well, anyway, we'll see. Yeah, okay. So I think, shall we see how we go? I mean, we could just carry on and then have a break afterwards. Perhaps that's best, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Can I just check? There's some more hard copies coming.
We've received it digitally now, so thank you very much, and we're good to go.
Do you want to hand them out then? Who wants
We're happy with computers.
Miss Bonnie will want one, and Mr. Townsend, yeah. Just while that's being done, I can't remember whether I said, I probably did right at the beginning, that could we have the closings in editable Word form, please? I think the first two, yours and Mr. Young's, have been. But just to make that absolutely clear, because, yeah, PDFs are quite difficult to work with. Well, I find anyway. Right. Okay, Mr. Young, all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Closing submissions on behalf of Kent County Council. Kent County Council appear at this inquiry as a Rule 6 party in relation to the Northern Scheme and Southern Scheme. Kent County Council is both the local highway authority for the area in which the application sites are located in Kent, as well as being the education authority responsible for the education of all children in Kent. It's also responsible for the provision of social care, the public rights of way network and archaeology. These are all topics upon which the inquiry has heard evidence. The applicant, Quinn Estates, submitted 2 planning applications to Swale Borough Council in 2021, the Northern and the Southern. The applications were due to be determined by Swale Borough Council in November 2024 with a recommendation for refusal on a variety of reasons. However, both applications were called in by the Secretary of State on the 7th of November, shortly before they were to be determined by Swale Borough Council's Planning Committee. At that stage, in November 2024, Kent County Council had outstanding objections on a number of grounds to both applications, including highways. Quinn Estates went on to produce further material, including on highway matters, after the call-in. Kent County Council has continued to have an active dialogue with Quinn Estates and has worked collaboratively ever since, which has resulted in Kent County Council and Quinn Estates entering into a number of statements of common ground. It's therefore worked with Quinn Estates to identify the evidence needed to address the outstanding matters, including on highways. Kent County Council has a very significant interest in the outcome of these applications. Both schemes are road-led proposals for new housing and employment. The Northern Scheme is an urban extension of 1,250 homes led by the provision of the Northern Relief Road. This is the Bapchild section of the Northern Relief Road. The scheme also seeks to deliver 1 new primary school, up to 2,200 square metres of commercial floor space, and a mixed-use local centre and neighbourhood facilities and open space.
I think that's been amended, actually. The 2,200
yes,
has been taken out, hasn't it?
Taken out, okay. The Southern Scheme is a new settlement of 7,150 homes, including sheltered and extra care accommodation, and up to 170,000, not hectares, that would be quite big, square metres of commercial, business and service employment space. If that's been changed, no doubt somebody can tell me as well. It's entirely led by the provision of the Southern Relief Road. It also seeks to deliver 15,000 square metres of a household waste recycling centre, mixed-use local centre and neighbourhood facilities, as well as open space, green infrastructure, woodland and community and sports provision. The Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road are major new relief roads identified in Kent County Council's local transport plan. The 5 schools which are proposed to form the foundation of the new communities to be created are the direct responsibility of Kent County Council. The provision of the major new relief roads and the 5 schools, 1 secondary and 4 primary, are very much welcomed by Kent County Council. Quinn Estates seeks to provide these at nil cost to the public purse. Such an approach is undoubtedly extremely welcome. The ongoing problems of congestion on the A2 in Sittingbourne are well documented. The A2 is the main road through the town, but it also carries strategic traffic. The problem has become compounded in the centre of town at the junction by the council offices because the right turn movements now have their own dedicated green time. This was done, as Mr Millard of Kent County Council Highways explained, for road safety reasons. What's needed is a new access from the M2 to the eastern side of the town. That is what the Southern Relief Road will deliver, added to which there's a need for an effective route from the A2 to the large-scale employment areas of the town from the eastern end of the town. That is what the Bapchild section of the Northern Relief Road will deliver. This is why Kent County Council's latest local transport plan, Local Transport Plan 5, identifies the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road as the solutions to the traffic problems in Sittingbourne. Local Transport Plan 4 identified the Northern Relief Road as well and is a long-established proposal. The provision of the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road together with the major new motorway junction on Junction 5A are very much welcomed in terms of road capacity. They'll bring and their ability, the capacity they will bring and their ability to address congestion in the town and on the A2. There are no other proposals which seek to deliver these. It's important to recognise, however, that as welcome as these are by Kent County Council, these roads and Junction 5A are essential prerequisites to facilitate and deliver the housing and employment development for which Quinn Estate seeks permission. In other words, if these roads were not delivered as part of these proposals, there would be no development at all. That's because, as is widely acknowledged, there is widespread congestion in the local area. This means that Quinn Estates are entirely dependent on the new major roads to justify the developments coming forward. It's the same with the schools. This investment in new schools is very much welcomed by Kent County Council, but the primary purpose of the schools is to facilitate the proposed development of 8,400 new homes. The relevance of financial viability for strategic sites and why it matters. Welcome as all this investment in social and physical infrastructure is, there is a major difficulty with these two major proposals. Neither proposal is financially viable. Both the Northern scheme and the Southern scheme are very plainly unviable to a significant degree. The PPG on viability makes clear that, and I quote, viability assessment is a process of assessing whether a site is financially viable by looking at whether the value generated by development is more than the cost of developing it. Quinn Estates are perfectly happy to engage in the assessment of the financial viability of both schemes. Through the detailed examination of the evidence, however, it's become clear that there are multiple problems with Quinn Estates' financial viability evidence. Central to the problems in both schemes has been the failure to properly assess the cost of the major new roads. In the case of the Northern Relief Road, the key problem is the cost of the road and the complete failure to account for the cost of the third-party land which needs to be acquired to deliver the road. In the case of the Southern Relief Road, it's the enormous cost of the road and the motorway junction combined, which is simply unaffordable against the value generated by the development. The details provided for this scheme are very basic. An appropriate contingency and scope allowance are essential. There are very real problems with the quality, veracity, independence and professionalism of Quinn Estates' financial viability evidence. There are a myriad of major concerns with it. Quinn Estates' approach looks at best naive and at times simply not credible. They have been unable to acquire the necessary independent experts to support their case. Mr. Mitford Slade is independent, but his evidence breaches the RICS professional standards in various ways. Mr. Goodwin, in contrast, was both independent and straightforward, but what he also revealed is that the details of the major road schemes that are presently before the inquiry are, and I quote, 1 million miles away from the level of detail required at the road building stage. That concession very much supports the view that there is a need for scope analysis on top of contingency allowances. Mr. Wild's reference to worst case scenario, which is largely focused on the approach required for EIA development, is no answer to this when what has been presented by way of detail on the Southern Relief Road in particular is little more than a collection of simple pencil line drawings of the proposed road alignment. When it becomes obvious that Quinn Estates' viability evidence was unconvincing and flawed, Quinn Estates changed tack. Quinn Estates started to suggest that there's no need to look at financial viability before granting planning permission, not unless the applicant is seeking to argue for below policy level of affordable housing or other necessary obligations. That's not correct. Understanding the financial viability of strategic schemes is absolutely essential. This is why the PPG makes clear that the financial viability of strategic sites should be examined. Strategic sites should ordinarily be examined through the local plan, but in this instance, for reasons which have been well rehearsed, there is no up-to-date local plan. What should have happened is that detailed viability evidence for these sites should have been prepared and then examined at the local plan examination in public. Its accuracy and veracity would have been tested and assessed. That would show whether the proposals were financially viable, taking into account the development revenue and the development costs, including the major new roads and the motorway junction upon which these proposals are predicated. The guidance in the PPG then requires there to be good justification for an applicant seeking to deviate from the financial viability evidence which has been tested at the EIP. That does not mean the decision maker does not look at financial viability of a strategic site at all. That would be an absurd proposition. When such matters have not been tested and examined at a local plan, that is all the more reason why they should be looked at the application stage. The PPG is very clear that financial viability of strategic sites does need to be looked at, and it's churlish to suggest otherwise. Swale Borough Council did look at the financial viability of the applications. They relied on an outside consultancy called Pathfinder, but only in the context of the ability to deliver affordable housing. The work did not involve any appreciation of the scale of costs associated with the major roadworks. This is something the final reports from Pathfinder make clear for both schemes. It's not clear what major highway work costs were being relied upon at the time. The April 2024 Pathfinder report for the southern site refers to site-wide infrastructure costs supplied to us by Strutt and Parker. Financial viability work, which does not address the actual cost of the major highway works, has no actual value in this case. In fairness to Mr. Orse, these costs were not known at the time. His later work acknowledges that there is, and can you delete the word significant, there is risk associated with his viability appraisal review of the northern site and delete very significant risk associated with his work for the southern site. Can I just help you with those references, because the wording is important? Mm-hmm. If you go to, or just make a reference to CD 37.13.3, mm-hmm. That's the applicant's viability proof of evidence appendices. And the two references, the first one is on page 73, paragraph 6.4.2, which is Appendix 5 of Mr. Mitford Slade's appendices. Mm-hmm. And the second one is on page 115, paragraph 7.4, again of his Appendix 5.
So, just to be clear, so you're saying his later work acknowledges that there is a risk associated
yes.
with his, and a significant risk associated with his work on the southern site.
Exactly that.
Okay.
Exactly that.
Thank you.
Kent County Council has its own concerns about the viability of the proposals. In particular, it's the ability of the proposals to deliver both the roads and the schools and other Section 106 contributions. The roads are the biggest cost. It was when agreement on highway matters looked likely that Kent County Council and National Highways decided there was sufficient certainty in the proposal that it was then necessary to look at the financial cost of the road schemes. This is when Alan Dadswell construction consultants were instructed. It was a joint instruction on behalf of National Highways and Kent County Council. For these two road-led development schemes, accurate and realistic estimates of the cost of the major highway works are essential because the costs are so large. The road costs, especially for the southern scheme, are enormous. On Dadswell's estimates, the estimate for the Northern Relief Road, Southern Relief Road and the motorway junction on the M2 at Junction 5 is a total of £366 million.
Junction 5A.
5A, sorry, yeah, 5A. To illustrate the scale of that cost, it's worth bearing in mind that across both sites, with a total of 840 dwellings, dividing that cost by the number of dwellings reveals an average per dwelling figure or roof tax of around £43,000 per unit. The road costs for each scheme are set out in detail in Dadswell's Costs Plan NR1 Revision B. These are then incorporated into Mr Spilsbury's viability appraisal work as 52,253,582. That's 41,803 per unit for the northern site, and 313,976,630, 43,913 per unit for the southern site. Sittingbourne is not a high value area. The ability of the development to accommodate such costs is an understandable matter of concern for Kent County Council. Kent County Council is the party most concerned with the majority of the planning obligations. This relates most especially to the schools. These proposals will require the timely and appropriate provision of the secondary school and there should be four primary schools. The Section 106 costs, excluding the major roadworks, total the following: 21,458,875 for the northern site, that is 17,167 per dwelling, and 113,624,285 for the southern site, that's 15,892 per dwelling. If one adds these to the major roadwork cost of around 43,600 per dwelling, then it becomes clear that the social and physical infrastructure costs associated with these schemes are exceedingly large. The major roadworks and Section 106 costs together result in figures of around £60,000 per dwelling. To be precise, the figures are for the northern site, 58,970 per dwelling, and for the southern site, 59,805 per dwelling. These obligations in respect of the major roadworks, the schools and other matters are fixed. They're fixed through the Section 106. They therefore create hard edges in respect of the cost of the scheme. The viability evidence reflects all these obligations and treats them as costs. If, after all this, the value generated by development is more than the cost of developing it, then the scheme is unviable. What Mr Spilsbury's evidence demonstrates is that the scheme costs exceed the value generated. The precise results of his work are set out in a separate section below. Looking at how this all might play out, it's accepted that the first casualty will be affordable housing. It's the concertina in the middle of the costs and revenue. This is confirmed in the Urban and Civic paper on page 16, where the author states, and I quote, "Large-scale sites have upfront costs given that they are establishing a new place rather than blending into an existing one. Equally, the risks associated with taking a large site through the planning system and delivering significant infrastructure requires a suitable return." My emphasis, affordable housing has become a balancing factor in this equation.
Mr Young, when you say that it's accepted the first casualty will be affordable housing, I don't think that's accepted by the applicants, is it?
Okay, no, the paper that they relied upon sought to highlight that the affordable is the balancing factor, but they themselves haven't said that.
Indeed, just to be clear, we say the opposite of that.
Oh, I realise that. That's why I said it.
The risk of the loss of affordable housing in these schemes is not a concern for Kent County Council. It may be a matter of concern for Swale Borough Council and the Secretary of State, but it's not a concern for Kent County Council, who are not responsible for affordable housing delivery. This proposal can promise affordable housing now via the Section 106 and the only upwards review, but there are various ways in which developers can, at a later stage, seek to persuade decision makers that affordable housing cannot be afforded. But it's plainly much easier to do this than that having already secured planning permission. The overall principle of development will have been secured, and thereafter consideration of viability evidence at that stage will be confined to the matter of viability. It must be incumbent on the decision maker who is granting planning permission to examine whether the development can actually afford the obligations like the roads and contributions like for the schools. Not least because the decision maker must balance the benefits of the scheme against the harm, such the decision maker ought to know if those benefits are realistically likely to be delivered instead of just being promised in order to get a planning permission. It is imperative in this case to know if the roads can be afforded by the developments, as the roads are an absolute necessity of the schemes. Mr. Bashford acknowledged in cross-examination that both the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road are very important to the delivery of the schemes. They are, in fact, fundamental. The Northern Relief Road is fundamental to the delivery of the Northern Scheme. The Northern Relief Road is also fundamental to the delivery of the Southern Scheme, and the Southern Relief Road is self-evidently also fundamental to delivery of the Southern Scheme as well. The provision of these schemes before any houses are occupied is the whole basis upon which Quinn Estates was able to establish agreement with both Kent County Council and National Highways. The road schemes will absorb huge amounts of revenue and must be delivered. This is a fixed commitment, which is why it's necessary in this case to examine whether there is sufficient revenue to be able to afford the Section 106 contributions for the schools and other social infrastructure, even if the affordable housing is removed. The evidence of Mr. Spilsbury, based on the costs set out in the Dadswell cost plan, shows that these Section 106 costs cannot be afforded in full, even with zero affordable housing. This is important evidence, not least because it's far better that this is established now, especially in this case, as there is such an unusual proposal. A local regional developer is proposing a scheme which requires the building of a new motorway junction and a 6-kilometre distributor road before any homes are occupied, added to which Quinn Estates has no experience whatsoever of seeking development on this scale. The present example of stalled proposals at Chilmington Green in Ashford shows what can happen when a developer secures a planning permission for a scheme which is financially unviable. In this case, houses were permitted ahead of key infrastructure, including roadworks, but only up to a certain threshold. Now that threshold has been passed, the developer is still seeking to build and sell homes. The whole scheme has turned into a huge running battle for Kent County Council, with huge cost implications and a bottomless pit of constant ongoing work. These proposals in Sittingbourne might not reach that position. The solicitors at Bevan Britton, acting on behalf of Kent County Council in this case, have ensured that there are various important safeguards in place in the Section 106 agreement to stop houses from being occupied until the roads have been built. But even if the roads are built, if unviable, it's the schools which will become the next potential target for any challenges to the viability of the proposal. Quinn Estates is keen to say that the Secretary of State can still grant planning permission even if the schemes are shown to be unviable. That's shown not to be viable, forgive me. That is true. The Secretary of State can grant permission for schemes which are financially unviable, but it's important to recognise that such schemes will require an alternative solution to become deliverable. Quinn Estates has dismissed the financial viability work as a technical exercise and not what will happen in the real world. Quinn Estates suggests that the landowner will then have to consider accepting a lower land value. They also suggest that Quinn Estates will be willing to accept a reduced level of profit for itself. I should say may be willing rather than will. There's no evidence to show how that will be done, nor any commitment to doing so in the evidence. But even if that does occur, the scale of the viability gap here means that to deliver the major highway works and the Section 106 contributions and other commitments, public subsidy is going to be needed. That is, even if there are reductions in the land value and profit level. For the southern site, this is explained in more detail in respect to the results of Mr. Spilsbury's evidence set out in his rebuttal evidence. Using the residual valuation method, he shows that the proposals are unviable even with a zero land value. The main problem is that Quinn Estates are firmly of the view that the scheme is financially viable. Quinn Estates is resolute in its position and refuses to even entertain the idea that the proposals might not be financially viable. Quinn Estates' forthright position on this will no doubt be articulated in its closing submissions. But that being the case, there's no prospect of these schemes being delivered on the terms defined in the Section 106 agreements. These are the reasons why financial viability matters so much in this case. Quinn Estates' position is that financial viability is a material consideration, but that it should not be determinative of the outcome of the decisions in this case. Mr. Finch agreed that in cross-examination. Mr. Finch is not a town planner, so it was not an appropriate question to put for him. But be that as it may, Kent County Council does not call planning evidence to this inquiry. It's happy to allow you and the Secretary of State to conclude whether or not planning permission should be granted for the scheme if, as Kent County Council's evidence demonstrates, the schemes are unviable. The financial viability of the schemes. Financial viability appraisals are not difficult to understand. The work is not complicated. It's actually very simple. It's about looking at whether the revenue generated from a new development can match the cost incurred, including the cost of land and an appropriate level of profit for the house builder. As explained in the PPG, viability assessments is a process of assessing whether a site is financially viable by looking at whether the value generated by development is more than the cost of developing it. Revenue. The value generated is really simple. It's just the revenue raised by the sale of homes, the northern scheme, or the service plots of land sold to house builders, the southern scheme, both of which are ultimately derived from home sale values. There is no argument about the values derived from the house sales or plots in this case. There is an issue about the timing of the sales. Quinn Estates claims that it will achieve 132 million of sales before a single home is occupied on the southern site. This is a matter of dispute. Added to this is the revenue derived from the employment land in the district centres. There are disagreements of modest effect on the overall viability in respect of these items of revenue. Costs. The costs are very much more varied, but again, it's easy to understand. There is the obvious cost of building the new homes, upon which there is a dispute. There is also lots of other costs associated with the development, such as the provision of open space at normal costs, finance fees, professional fees, and an allowance for contingency, all of which can have a big impact on the cost of delivering a site. There are also various other smaller costs, such as residential disposal fees and purchase costs like stamp duty and agents' fees. Many of these are agreed. There are then the Section 106 obligations, which, as noted above, are major costs in the schemes. These costs are agreed. The PPG allows a developer profit of between 15 and 20% on GDV. In this case, for the northern site, a blended profit of 17.3% is applied. For the southern site, a 15% profit on cost is allowed for the master developer in servicing the site, plus 16.53% on the GDV for the house builder in constructing the homes. This is agreed. Land can be a fixed cost measured as the benchmark measured against the benchmark land value, or it can be a residual in the figure in a residual land valuation appraisal. If the latter, it is then measured against the benchmark land value. The benchmark land value is agreed to be £100,000 per gross acre on the southern site and £110,000 per gross acre on the northern site.
Is that right? I thought when we were talking about Section 106, we agreed they're both the same, didn't we?
Okay, the evidence reflects that. I've had that checked by Mr. Spilsbury, but so that is 57.
That's something we were discussing in the last 2 days, and that we're still in discussion with Swale about that because Mr. Ross can't respond to our question, but that was something we discussed. You're right.
This reflects the evidence as checked by Mr. Spilsbury. If there's been other discussions around the benchmark value, they haven't involved Mr. Spilsbury.
Okay.
It's specifically to do with the review mechanism, that discussion. Sorry to interrupt.
But it does need to be... Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Section 106 needs to be correct, doesn't it? Oh, I mean, reflect the evidence, possibly. Right, sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you go to the Statement of Common Ground...
Yeah, I'm sure it isn't. Yeah, I'm sure it is, but... Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first I've heard that there's any other figure being suggested. So just for your note, 110,000
Yeah,
for the northern site is on page 5 of the Statement of Common Ground.
yeah.
And then for the southern site, the benchmark land value is £100,000. These are both per gross acre, and that's on page 14 in table 2.5.
Okay.
Okay. As is clear from the above, most of the inputs into the financial viability work in this case are agreed, but there are important areas of disagreement which are identified and considered below. Before turning to the areas of disagreement and their effect on the figures, it's important to set out what the results of Mr. Spilsbury's viability work show. Mr. Spilsbury's work demonstrates that it is not financially viable for either the northern site or the southern site to maintain the levels of affordable housing and Section 106 contributions proposed by Mr. Mitford Slade's proof of evidence if the costs from the Dudeswell cost plan are followed. Moreover, the reduction in financial viability is so significant in all scenarios for the northern and southern sites that it necessitates the removal of all the affordable housing and necessitates the removal of the Section 106 contributions. The effect on the contributions are as follows. Contributions reduced to 10,500 per plot on the northern site, which is a deduction of nearly 7,000 per plot, and all contributions on the southern site are lost, which is a reduction of 15,892. That's per plot as well. These figures above are the levels of Section 106 contributions which can be afforded alongside there being no affordable housing. In terms of the permissions being sought by the applicant, the planning obligations are fixed in the Section 106 agreements. So to examine what that means in terms of the way in which this can be accommodated, Mr. Spilsbury has also looked at financial viability using the residual land value method. For the southern site, the combined effect of the major highway works and the Section 106 contributions results in a negative land value. This remains the case when calculated without scope risk in the cost plan N1 revision B. If that scope analysis is included, the residual land value reduces further and becomes a deeper negative. This is because delivery of the scheme would be deeply loss-making to the master developer. In other words, the residual land value reduces to zero. That gives the landowner £0 per gross acre. This means there is absolutely no possibility of the scheme coming forward in the way proposed. In other words, for everything that Quinn Estates has promised and obligated their landowners to provide, the landowners would need to give the land away for free. And even then, given the very significant cost of the strategic highway infrastructure, the southern site would remain unviable without public subsidy. As Mr. Spilsbury also explains in his rebuttal proof of evidence, if the major highway works are paid for prior to first occupation, then the viability gap increases further. Quinn Estates have suggested that they would be willing to reduce their profit level of 15% as master developers on the southern side, but when asked directly about this in cross-examination, Mr. Gearing refused to say what level of profit his client would be willing to accept. There is therefore no evidence on this, save for what is agreed in the Statement of Common Ground on financial viability, which is 15%. The issue of the reduction in land value to zero is highly problematic. Quinn Estates refuses to disclose the actual minimum land value with which they have contracted with the landowners. The benchmark land value, which Mr. Mitford Slade has agreed is £100,000 per gross acre, well, certainly that's my understanding, but we know that past contracts with the same landowners have set a minimum land value of £150,000, and that should be per gross acre, obviously. This previous contract, which has been seen, has now expired, but it remains the value. But if it remains the value of the new contracts, then there is a huge variation of over £100,000 per gross acre when between what Quinn Estates are offering to deliver in the Section 106 agreement and the actual residual land value. The problem with the northern site is even more fundamental. The financial viability work does not include any allowance for the acquisition of the third-party land needed to deliver the Northern Relief Road. Mr. Mitford Slade was asked whether his allowance in his viability work allowed for Trentport's land and the land to be passed to Swale. He said he did not know and had relied on the client for that sum. When he gave evidence, Mr. Gearing said very clearly that the figures in TMS's viability appraisals do not relate to the need to acquire that land. As we'll see later on, that relates to the 3.85 million. Areas of disagreement in respect of financial viability work. The northern site, areas of agreement. There is very considerable agreement on most matters. The Statement of Common Ground records that there is agreement in terms of the definition of the proposal and the relevant date, the date of assessment, appeal site areas, appeal site status, the proposed development and the residual mix are all agreed. The viability assessment approach is agreed. It adopts a conventional approach of identifying revenue from house sales and then deducting the costs. The GDV for both the open market and affordable units is all agreed. As a result, the revenue side of the equation is all agreed. The profit level for the house builder is agreed at 17.3%, as is the benchmark land value of 110,000 per gross acre, reflecting circa 10 to 11 times existing use value. In terms of other costs, the residual disposal fees, finance costs and purchasers' costs on the residual land value are all agreed. All of the above is set out in the Statement of Common Ground. Not set out in the Statement of Common Ground as agreed, but which are agreed, are most of the infrastructure costs, other construction costs and cost abnormals of the site. There is agreement on the cost of the external and on-plot works, abnormal costs, strategic drainage, ecology, utilities, site preparation and enabling works, internal road infrastructure, Babchild's, sports hub, foundation abnormals, latent defects policy, lifetime homes and Dean building replacement. There is also almost agreement over the cost of the strategic landscaping, which Mr. Spilsbury allowed for 1.109 million, and Mr. Mitford-Slade slightly higher at 1.25 million. As noted above, agreement on all these costs is not set out in the Statement of Common Ground as such. So when you read it, what you'll see is not a statement that says these costs are agreed. But to help you, the way to resolve that, and why I've listed them all as resolved, is you can do that by identifying all the items in Mr. Mitford-Slade's column in the Statement of Common Ground at table 2.2, page 7. See all the listed items, where the figures all correspond with the figures adopted in Mr. Spilsbury in his appraisal of the northern site for 11.28% affordable housing, which is in his appendix E to H of his proof of evidence. So when you look at it, you think, well, there's all these areas of disagreement, and actually there aren't. But put simply, what happened is Mr. Spilsbury produced the document, and then Mr. Mitford-Slade populated it with his responses, and those responses allow you to see how much is agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Areas of agreement. There are three main areas of disagreement over the costs. Cost of third-party land, unknown. Cost of the Northern Relief Road, a difference of 16.25 million, and the cost of construction, 11.53 million. A major problem underlying Mr. Mitford-Slade's viability work supporting the application was the failure to make reference to the source of infrastructure, construction and abnormal costs, and how the figures are calculated. Mr. Mitford-Slade noted this in his column in the Statement of Common Ground. As Mr. Mitford-Slade has observed, this is a clear breach. Sorry,
Mr. Spilsbury.
Mr. Spilsbury. Sorry, very obviously, this is a clear breach of his responsibilities as a member of the RICS, who produce viability appraisals. The source of the costs inputted into the appraisal should be identified and validated by the surveyor. There should be complete transparency on this point, yet in his work, Mr. Mitford-Slade did not do this. The cost of the third-party land. In between these two parcels of land lies the railway. Network Rail own this land. Network Rail has made clear that they would be willing to allow the bridge to be built over the railway in this location to facilitate the Northern Relief Road. What they have not done is identify what, if any, value they attach to allowing that to happen. It would appear that Quinn Estates have made no attempt to acquire the land north or south of the railway. Quinn Estates appear to have no idea what it would cost to acquire. Kent County Council have agreed that it may consider using CPO powers subject to relevant approvals and due process. It will also require the developer to underwrite the full costs of the CPO, including the cost of acquiring the land. Mr. Mitford Slade, in his appraisal work, Mr. Spilsbury, in his appraisal work, delete the second one, has adopted the 3.5 million for the third-party land, but only in the context of making clear in the Statement of Common Ground that Mr. Mitford Slade has not identified the source of the figure or evidenced it. Now that the matter has been explored through cross-examination of the evidence, Mr. Mitford Slade and Mr. Gearing, it's clear the figure does not relate to the land needed to be acquired to deliver the Northern Relief Road. The figure is not agreed and should not be misunderstood as such. It's a cost which Mr. Mitford Slade has adopted without understanding it or examining it, and Mr. Gearing has confirmed it does not relate to the Transport or Sang land. As things stand, the cost of acquiring the necessary land to deliver the Northern Relief Road are unknown, and that is an additional cost in terms of the viability appraisal work. This is really problematic. The additional cost of acquiring that land will plainly increase the pressure to remove the affordable housing and the Section 106 contributions. Through the Statement of Common Ground, Mr. Mitford Slade did provide figures on many cost items, many of which have been agreed by Mr. Spilsbury, but the problem remains in respect of the items which are not agreed. This is particularly significant in terms of item 3 listed above, the cost of the third-party land. Mr. Mitford Slade included in his evidence a figure for third-party land of 3.85 million. In cross-examination, he was asked about this figure and what exactly it related to. He was very clear that he did not know and that it was simply a figure given to him by his client. That is completely inappropriate and a clear breach of the standards required by a chartered surveyor. Mr. Gearing gave evidence and he was asked about the figure. He confirmed that the figure did not relate to the acquisition of the land Tremport own, nor the land which is soon to be placed in the control of Swale Borough Council. Mr. Gearing said it related to other third-party rights. As such, the cost of acquiring the third-party land needed to deliver the Northern Relief Load is simply unknown. The land north of the railway is controlled by Tremport. Under the Section 106 of its own housing development, Tremport is required to safeguard the route of the Northern Relief Road. That preserves the route of the Northern Relief Road for a set period of time. What that agreement does not do is set out the price to be paid for the land should it be called upon to deliver the Northern Relief Road. Tremport do not appear to have been approached that should be by Quinn Estates about acquiring that land. The land south of the railway line is more complicated. The land is presently held by a house builder, but it is to pass to Swale Borough Council in due course under the terms of the Section 106 for the development of the adjacent residential development. Swale Borough Council have given no indication of what their expectations are for the provision of that land, but as has been established very recently, the land in question is actually intended to be used as a sang. Now, this is my understanding of what's happened in the last couple of days. Mm-hmm. It's uncertain whether it can remain as sang if the new roads are built. If not, then additional sang land will need to be acquired. The cost of that is obviously not known. The note from Town Legal, this is what I've seen yesterday, about their conversation with Natural England suggests that Natural England have told Town Legal that Natural England are happy for the Secretary of State as competent authority to decide it in this inquiry. Now, if you delete that line, I think I've misunderstood that.
I think that's what they said.
Oh, is that what they said? Okay.
I don't agree with it.
Okay. But I'm simply recording what the understanding is.
But I think that I don't think they said that they'd have to purchase more land. I think they said that it could be dealt with by additional SAM payment.
Yes, I don't know what the answer to that conundrum is, I'm afraid. If it isn't the acquisition of additional SAM and it is through SAM, then so be it. Yeah. In between these two parcels of land lies the railway line itself. Now, actually, I think that is a repeat of an existing sentence, so I just need to check. I think we've got some repeating here, and you can see paragraph 88. So paragraph 87, I think, is a repeat
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah.
No, you have said that, I think.
Yeah, I have, and I think that continues down to the end. Yeah, there's just some. I'll correct that. There's just some.
Do you want 87 deleted?
87 to 91, I think, is just a repeat. Not quite sure how that's happened, but there we go.
So
We'll double check. I'll keep reading, but I think from 87, something happened at 88. You can see, obviously, there's a paragraph. So I think it's just
a repeat, actually.
just a repeat down to the end of 91.
Yeah.
Right, the cost of the Northern Relief Road. The differences between Kent County Council and Quinn Estates over the cost of the Northern Relief Road is over £16 million. There are a whole variety of reasons for the differences. There are a host of specific items upon which the parties disagree. These are addressed below. There is one overriding consideration here, that is the veracity and appropriateness of the evidence which has been presented. The major highway works are a huge cost in respect to these proposals. They require evidence from an independent quantity surveyor knowledgeable in the cost of building major roads. For the purpose of establishing the cost of the major highway works, Kent County Council and National Highways instructed Scott Parks of Alan Dadswell Cost Consultants. He is a suitably qualified quantity surveyor with very considerable experience in respect of major road projects. He's done much work for Kent County Council in Kent in respect of major roads. Quinn Estates tried to call into question his independence because of this, but that is a wholly misplaced criticism. What matters is that he is a relevant expert with the relevant expertise. He is from an independent construction cost firm and so has the necessary independence. And can I just add there, it is an RICS regulated private quantity surveying practice. RICS regulated private quantity surveying practice.
Okay.
He has access to huge amounts of cost data, as he explained in his evidence in chief. He is a suitably qualified expert in costs, and his independence is consistent with the principles laid down by the High Court in the Icarian Reefer. And I provided a copy of that to you and to the other parties as well.
Would you like to give it? It's quite long.
It is quite long, but mercifully there's the head note. And if you have a look at page 69, which is the second page, you will see Creswell J at the referred to. That was the judge in the case. And then he lists the principles that expert witnesses should adopt in civil cases. On page 69, in that head note, it actually references the pages in the judgment. I think it's page 81. I'd have to check which is where it's from.
Okay.
But it's helpfully summarised in the head note. Those principles are to be adhered to by all experts appearing in the civil courts. There's no good reason why those principles should not apply in respect of tribunals such as planning inquiries heard before the Secretary of State. Mr. Parks presents his evidence to this inquiry in his cost plan NR1 Revision B. These are the costs which KCC adopt. This contrasts dramatically with the evidence relied upon by Quinn Estates. Quinn Estates do not call a quantity surveyor to present evidence on the cost of constructing the road. In fact, Quinn Estates do not call any expert evidence in respect of these costs. Instead, Quinn Estates provided the evidence itself. Mr. Mitford-Slade did not acknowledge the source of the figures in his viability appraisal work for the application. Mr. Orst of Pathfinder seemed not to question it at all, not until his final reports on both sites, when he made clear it meant there were significant risks associated with the conclusions in his reports. Or I think, just to be clear, my referencing, there was risks in the northern one and significant risk in the southern one. My referencing at the start. I've sort of casually said significant risks. Significant risks was the southern site.
So it's just risk.
Risk for the northern, yeah. Only through the work on the Statement of Common Ground did Mr Mitford Slade finally confirm that the source of all his evidence on abnormals, infrastructure and other costs was his client itself. He wrote into the Statement of Common Ground against the entry for infrastructure costs that and I quote, the costs have been assessed by the applicant and their internal cost consultants. This phrase is very vague. It presumably means the applicant, Quinn Estates, is the source of the costs. The internal cost consultants are not identified. They are presumably employees of Quinn Estates. The road costs are part of the infrastructure costs. In terms of the major highway costs, Quinn Estates then sought to rely on evidence from a firm called Jacksons. Jacksons are not a firm of quantity surveyors. They are not cost consultants. They are civil engineering contractors, yet this is who Quinn Estates sought to rely upon for the expert evidence on the major highway costs. They are simply not the right experts for this task. National Highways and Kent County Council did not go to a civil engineering firm for the costs of the major highway works. They went to Scott Parks of Dadswells. Jacksons attempted to assist Quinn Estates with the major highway works. They attended meetings with Dadswells. Jackson sought to provide figures for the various items identified by Dadswells. Their initial attempts, that's Jackson's, their initial attempts at the figures were significantly out of line with Dadswells. In latter versions of the response to Dadwells, there are figures from Jackson's increased by over 1,000%. And just to tell you what that is, if you look at, remember the pink and blue charts?
Oh, yeah.
If you look at drainage and service ducts, the increased costs from Jackson's first attempt were 162,000. That grows to 2.2 million in their final costs evidence.
What was the name of it? Drainage and service?
Drainage and service ducts. It's the fifth item down in the pink and blue.
And what was the percentage increase?
Over 1,000.
Right.
Mr Parks has not been intransigent over his costs. He's recognised arguments which he sees as credible for reducing some of the costs. And again, you can see that. That's the purpose of the blue and the 5-column blue and red document. You can see that he's changed his position. But that is an independent quantity surveyor adjusting his cost estimates in line with the evidence. It's not an indication he is the wrong person to estimate the costs. Fundamentally, however, the main problem is that no person from Jackson's has appeared at the inquiry. There's been nobody who can be questioned over the figures. Added to which, it's not entirely clear what Jackson's role in arriving at the figures relied upon by the applicant are. There is no clarity over whether the figures for each item are the evidence from someone from Jackson's or from Quinn Estates, or a combination of the two. Had a witness from Jackson's been called to give evidence, that could have been clarified. But as things stand, that is not remotely clear. It certainly looks like an amalgamation of work of Jackson's and the internal cost consultants from Quinn Estates. That might explain why no one from Jackson's was prepared to give evidence at the inquiry. They could not speak to all of the figures as they are not the source of the figures. It may be that some or many of the figures may come from Quinn Estates' internal cost consultants. But the identity of this or these individuals has not been identified. As such, it's not at all clear what their qualifications or experience is with regard to costing major road schemes. They are, of course, not independent of Quinn Estates. They work for Quinn Estates. None of this is consistent with independent expert evidence. There were some protests from Quinn Estates that it did not have time to instruct a suitable expert. But if that is right, then Quinn Estates should have asked for an adjournment to find and instruct the right expert. Quinn Estates did not do that and instead presented its evidence on viability largely through people who did not appear at the inquiry as witnesses. That was absolutely their choice. Quinn Estates' evidence on the cost of the major highway works was mostly given by Mr. Gearing. He, I should say, is qualified and practices as a town planner. He's not a quantity surveyor, nor, that should read, a cost consultant. He is also not independent of the applicant. He works for Quinn Estates. Moreover, he is in charge of delivering the scheme for Quinn Estates. He's therefore the very last person who should be presenting evidence on the cost of the scheme in the context of this public inquiry. Mr. Goodwin's role was not to refer to any of the figures. He is not Quinn Estates' expert on costs. His role was to explain the desirability of not using the NEC contract. Interesting as these views are, that does not change anything about the costs. Cost in the plural. Ultimately, it will be for Kent County Council to approve the contract which is used. That is a very necessary safeguard, given both the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road, when built, will become Kent County Council roads. But for what it's worth, the purpose of the NEC contract is to stop problems escalating or being ignored until a later stage in the build programme. And on that, Madam, that is, I think, a major part of the difference about the preliminaries, just to note. There's a big difference on the preliminaries, and that seems to centre around use of the NEC contract.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
You have evidence from Mr. Birchall on this matter. What Mr. Goodwin was able to assist the inquiry with was the nature of the road drawings which are before the inquiry for the Southern Relief Road. He accepted that there are 1 million miles from the level of detail needed at the construction stage. This is precisely why there is a need for the scope risk allowance. Ms. Dickinson's evidence did not address the costs either. She is not a chartered surveyor, nor a surveyor of any kind. Her evidence referred to proposals, in the plural, like King's Cross and Battersea Power Station, where the developers have taken on significant risks to deliver schemes. But these are major mixed-use schemes in the centre of London. There are few parallels to be drawn with the proposal in Sittingbourne. But in any event, her evidence does not provide the details of those schemes to be able to draw a comparison. In short, the applicant has not called any suitable qualified expert to refute the evidence provided by Mr. Parks. Despite this, Mr. Parks has been challenged over his figures. The starting point for this exercise is to recognise that he is the only independent and appropriate expert to give this evidence. His figures should be preferred as a whole and as the only expert evidence on the matter. If you do not wish, Madam, to go down the route of looking at all the items, if you do wish to go down that route of looking at all the items, Quinn Estates challenged, the main area of contention is that Quinn Estates suggests that Mr. Parks has applied too much contingency and scope risk, that should read not analysis, scope risk, to his figures. But the justification for what he has done speaks for itself because of the nature of the project and the fact that the major highway works are still at a very early stage in that process. On the issue of contingency, these are proposals which will come forward at some stage in the future. What problems might be encountered at the time is completely unclear at this stage, such as adverse ground conditions. So contingency is a very necessary part of the process. As Mr. Parks made clear in his evidence, costs on major road schemes usually only go one way, and that is up. It's absurd not to try and anticipate this with contingency. And just on that matter, actually, ground conditions, you've got some ground condition evidence, but not for the whole route of the road, or roads.
Okay.
Paragraph 112, if you delete the first two sentences and just begin with Quinn Estates recognise the need for contingency.
Sorry, hang on a minute.
So 112, if you just delete the first...
Oh, I see. Right.
The first sentence and then the second, which is this relates to contingency. It's just repetition there.
Right.
Quinn Estates recognise the need for contingency. They just apply them in a large amount at the early stage. So again, back to the pink and the blue, they apply 25% before looking at things like professional fees. But it's all there.
Okay.
So they apply 25% at an early stage. So it's not that they disagree with it. Mr. Park's approach is to recognise that there is a need for a contingency at the construction stage, but there's also a need for contingency at later stages, such as if there are unforeseen problems encountered with utilities. This type of problem will cause additional costs in not just addressing the utilities on the ground, but also in terms of the professional fees related to the additional work that will be required. There has been no double counting with the contingencies in Mr. Spilsbury's financial viability work and the contingencies applied here. Mr. Spilsbury has made clear that he has not included a contingency allowance in his figures in respect to the road costs. As for the scope risk allowance, Quinn Estates have elected to progress this proposal with the major highway works being reserved for later determination. They are free to do that, but with that comes a great deal of uncertainty. The claims that the roads as proposed are a worst case scenario are baseless when one considers that what the proposals are is in fact simply a proposal showing the intended road alignment and very little additional detail. Trying to rely on Mr. Wild to make this point is hopeless, as he's focusing on addressing the test for the environmental impact assessment work. The drawings, when you look at them, are very basic. There is no justification for saying this is a worst case outcome. The alignment of the roads isn't even confirmed. And again, can I just ask you to see the evidence of Mr. Birchall on that? There are other items in dispute. You're free to go through them all, but the fact remains that Quinn Estates have not provided appropriate independent expert evidence, and Kent County Council has.
I think we might just have a little comfort break.
All right.
Because you have got a bit to go yet. I know it's only about 7 pages, but let's just have a quarter of an hour, shall we? Let's just have till 11:45, and then you can finish off. Thank you. To resume just before you start, just to let you know that we've now received that information from the NHS, which has been circulated, and we have a response from the 5 parishes on Stones Farm Sang, which seems I haven't looked at yet, but might keep you busy for a bit. It's quite long, so I'm presuming that you would respond in your closing, would you? I don't know what it says, but it seems to cover quite a lot of things.
The NHS one we've got, just that Sang one. I'm sure it'll be circulated.
It should be circulated. Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
Well, we're waiting for your full attention.
Of course. Sorry. Thank you.
His closing.
Of course. You've got my full attention.
Right, Mr. Young. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Construction costs of the homes.
Who would want to miss that?
Absolutely. Thank
Whilst Mr. Spilsbury's provisionally adopted Mr. Mitford Slade's inputs, there is a significant dispute over the construction costs of the homes, amounting to 11.5 million. This is all clearly set out in the Statement of Common Ground. I give the reference. Mr. Spilsbury has recommended the use of the lower quartile BCIS rate for build costs weighed to Swale and based on figures over the last 5 years, which is a figure of £155.25 per square foot. This is inclusive of a 15% allowance for wider plot externals. In contrast, Mr. Mitford Slade has adopted a lower figure of £150 per square foot. This is also inclusive of wider plot externals. His explanation for the use of this lower figure is not entirely clear. He references in the Statement of Common Ground a median rate for estate housing. But given that is a higher rate, it's difficult to see how that helps justify his use of a lower figure than the lower quartile 5-year rate. The difference adds up to 6,531,641. There are other important differences. Mr. Mitford Slade says that his £150 per square foot already includes the cost of future home standards. This is a significant new expense for the house building industry to which there has been much complaint. It is not included in the past figures as it's new. Quite rightly, Mr. Spilsbury has seen and recommended this as an additional expense. He also notes that Mr. Orst of Pathfinder, acting for Swale Borough Council, identified that this would represent an additional cost of £4,062,500, and see the Statement of Common Ground, page 6. The same is true with the cost of fitting electricity vehicle charging facilities to new homes. It is a new, it's new, not a historic cost. Mr. Orst of Pathfinder included this as a separate cost of £937,500. Added together, these three items total 551,641 of additional costs which are not accounted for in Mr. Mitford Slade's appraisals. Mr. Spilsbury has excluded garages from his figures and recommends this is treated as an additional expense. By contrast, Mr. Mitford Slade has included in his £150 pounds per square foot. This is not identified as a separate additional cost. Rather, it shows that Mr. Spilsbury has been conservative in his approach to the costs. It's clear to see that Mr. Mitford Slade has sought to suppress the construction costs of building the new homes. This is presumably on the basis that it's intended to show how the proposal can deliver 11.28% affordable housing and all the Section 106 contributions. But in reality, when these additional costs are added, reduces the ability to afford what is promised in the Section 106. For the avoidance of any doubt, with reference to the statement of common ground, there is no longer a dispute about professional fees and the wider application of a contingency allowance. The issue of the development programme and cash flow remains in dispute, but it is a much smaller item with only a very minor effect on the overall figures. Overall conclusion on the northern site viability works. Throughout the work, through the work of Mr. Mitford Slade and
Mr. Spilsbury.
No, Mr. Spilsbury, sorry, and Mr. Parks, Kent County Council has identified additional expenses in respect of the, that should read N, Northern Relief Road, and cost of construction of 27.78 million. The overall effect of this in combination on the proposals is that to remain viable at the benchmark land value, all of the affordable housing would need to be removed, and the scale of the contributions would be reduced to 1,593,359 million. That is 1,275 per plot, which is nearly 16,000 per plot short of what has been agreed. Quinn Estates say that does not matter, as that is what it is obligated to provide under the Section 106. It says the landowners will have to reduce their expectations below the benchmark land value, but there is no evidence to support that approach. There is a statement of common ground setting out a benchmark land value of £110,000 per gross acre, added to which there is evidence from past agreements that actually show a contract price between Quinn Estates and landowners of £150,000 per gross acre. So instead, what is very likely to happen is that not only will Quinn Estates seek to amend the Section 106 or secure a new one with all affordable housing removed, but also seeking to dramatically reduce the Section 106 contributions, of which the main item is the primary school. Remember, madam, we're talking here about the northern site still. The problem with the northern site is then compounded by the fact that there is an additional expense in terms of the third-party land, which remains completely unquantified. This will add yet further pressure on the Section 106 contributions and causing them to be reduced yet further. What this evidence shows is that if granted planning permission, the permission will have to be secured under the false premise of it securing 141 units of affordable housing and a primary school, which at some later stage will be removed from the scheme. That is why Kent County Council has been so concerned to examine the financial viability of the scheme. I should emphasise there, because of the removal of the primary school, not concerned about the affordable housing, as we made clear. The alternative may be that Quinn Estate seeks to lift the restrictions on the occupation of the homes before the Northern Relief Road is completed. That would be an equally inappropriate outcome. The only way the Northern scheme can come forward and maintain the affordable housing, the Section 106 contributions, and ensure houses are not occupied until the Northern Relief Road is open, is if there is a significant reduction in the land value. The landowners need to appreciate that their land only increases in value if the obligations are met. In other words, they will need to adapt their expectations about the value of the land from the contracted minimum land value figures, not that those have been disclosed. The value of land should reflect the cost of the obligations in the permission. Attempts to erode these presents a very different planning balance. If planning permission is to be granted for the northern site, then you, madam, in your report and the decision, need to make that pellucidly clear. It means very clear. No, pellucidly is very clear.
It means clearly clear.
So you could just say very.
You could, but
You could have just said clear, actually. I think clear would do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, right, thank you.
But pellucidly is such a good word. It's just a nice word. Yes. So long as you're clear about it. The southern site, as with the northern site, there is common ground in respect of the delivery model, with the master developer model approach adopted for the southern site. This includes matters such as benchmark land value, which is agreed for the southern site at £100,000 per gross acre. The Statement of Common Ground sets out a residential service land parcel approach for a single parcel of 120 units. This determines the gross development value as service plot sales for the master developer. but the main focus of the discussion has been over the master developer model itself. As Mr. Spilsbury evidence made clear, the legitimacy of this model was never in dispute. What is in dispute is the wildly ambitious claims about early payments from the house builders for the serviced land. There are two main areas of dispute: the cost of the Southern Relief Road and the early payments. Starting with the cost of the Southern Relief Road and the motorway junction, all of the issues relating to the cost of the Northern Relief Road are the same as the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A. Kent County Council relies on Mr. Parks and his cost plan, NR1 Revision B. His figures are, for the Southern Relief Road, 209,576,725, and for Junction 5A, 75,856,575, which adds to a total of 285,433,300. As with the northern site, the applicant does not call a suitable expert to give evidence on this issue. The figures adopted by Mr. Mitford Slade are 111,000 and 49,500, which adds up to the SRR and the Junction 5A of 161 million. So there is a huge difference of around 125 million. The same criticisms are made by Mr. Spilsbury about there being reference to the source of infrastructure costs, or there being no source, I should read, sorry. There being no reference to the source of the infrastructure costs in Mr. Mitford Slade's viability work, nor, that should read, how they've been calculated. Forgive me, I'll correct these. Added to this, there is also criticism of there being no reference to the source of the master delivery costs. The master developer, yeah. I must have been thinking about food at that point. In the Statement of Common Ground, Mr. Mitford Slade states that this is derived from the applicant's in-house team. For the southern site, he also refers to Jackson's. That's just to contrast with the northern site where he doesn't refer to them. For the southern site, Mr. Mitford Slade also refers to Otterpool Park and the evidence of Mr. Gearing. Mr. Gearing was a planning officer at Folkestone, where Otterpool Park is located. But again, Mr. Gearing is not a quantity surveyor or any type of surveyor. He is not qualified to give evidence, nor is he is also not independent of Quinn Estates. All the same issues about the applicant's cost evidence apply with equal force for the southern site. There is no need to repeat them. The same disputes about contingency and scope risk allowance also applies. There is no double counting of the contingencies in the cost plan of Mr. Spilsbury's appraisals. In addition, Mr. Parks has been taken to task over various other items in his cost plan, such as the cost of importation of the material. He has estimated that 50% of the material needed to build the road will be provided from the applicant site itself, or the application site itself. This is because not all excavated material is suitable for use in road building for structures like embankments. Quinn Estates suggests that all of the material can come from the site as it is very large. They say this is clear from the geotechnical evidence, but there is no analysis of that in the evidence to show why that is the case. Added to which, Quinn Estates provide no evidence to show what the cost would be of excavating enough material on site, or where from within the site it would come from. The latter point is very relevant, as the location will determine the need for internal haul roads, which have not been costed at all. Mr. Parks' approach of assuming 50% is more appropriate, unless Quinn Estates has done a lot more work showing there is no need to import material. There remains a dispute about the commuted sums for the ongoing maintenance of the structures of the Southern Relief Road. Kent County Council's guidance on the provision supports this, but the simplest way to address this point is to highlight the fact that Quinn Estates have agreed to pay commuted sums to National Highways. The inconsistency in approach is inexplicable. Early payments. The Section 106 makes clear that no houses can be occupied until the Southern Relief Road has been completed. That being the case, it was very surprising to discover that a very significant amount of money is included in the appraisals before the Southern Relief Road is planned to be opened. Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence to the inquiry shows receipts from 1,250 new homes in the first 4 years of the development before the Southern Relief Road is opened. This in annual figures of either 500 or 250 dwellings. This does not correspond with the land parcels proposed to be sold in lots of 120 homes at a time within Mr. Mitford-Slade's viability modelling. It looks, for all the world, as if Mr. Mitford-Slade has relied on house sales prior to the opening of the Southern Relief Road to reduce the finance costs of the development significantly. This may well be Quinn Estates' actual intentions, in which case it suggests that at some stage in the future Quinn Estates is hoping to deliver over 1,000 homes before the Southern Relief Road is built. This approach is exactly what's happened at Chilmington Green. The developer there has sought to deliver homes before the agreed infrastructure is in place. At Chilmington Green, some house sales were allowed, but the developer has gone beyond what was agreed and stated in the Section 106. But with the appeal proposals, no occupations are allowed at all before the road is opened, and that is plainly presenting Quinn Estates with an unwelcome burden. Mr. Mitford-Slade sought to explain this as early deposit payments from house builders for the service plots they will later sell. The first problem with this is that the appearance of heading in columns 500 and 250 and the corresponding sums look like sales of units, look very much.
Can you just give me a reference to the headings, what columns?
It's the column headings in his appraisal.
Right.
And it's the latest one, but I don't have it immediately to hand, but I'll give you the reference point where you see the heading, the figures at the top are 500 and 250 and then 250.
I just can't remember what the document was.
It's in one of his appraisals, but you're quite right.
Thank you.
But in any event, neither Mr. Mitford-Slade nor Mr. Gearing gave explanation of how these figures are broken down, the number of units from which these early payments relate, nor the size and timing of the payments. Mr. Gearing referred in evidence to referring to stage payments of 1/3, 1/3 and 1/3, but during cross-examination, Mr. Gearing referred to 4 payments being proposed for the site Quinn Estates is developing in Norwich. Interestingly, Mr. Gearing confirmed that all that had been paid by the house builders in Norwich were small deposits of a few £100,000. The sum that Mr. Mitford-Slade has adopted for early payments is over £130 million, and that is simply not credible. As payments, or actually just fractions of the total payments the house builders would make, whether it be a third or a quarter or some other fraction, here would need to be the forward sale of plots for thousands of homes. That's not credible, but if there were significant early payments made in the first 4 years before the houses could be occupied, the house builders would plainly want discounts which are not accounted for in the numbers. These early payments are inappropriate and should have been removed from Mr. Mitford-Slade's viability work. Most of the other items listed in the table of disagreement of the Southern site are now agreed. There are some other matters of dispute as set out in the Statement of Common Ground. Most are of minor effect, but the overall impact of adopting the evidence of Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Parks is no affordable housing, and all the Section 106 contributions on the Southern site are lost, with a reduction of 15,892, and that's per plot. The concerns of County Council are therefore obvious. No schools, no social care payments, and none of the other Section 106 contributions. In adopting a residual land value in his rebuttal proof, Mr. Spilsbury has revealed that the combined effect of the major highway, roadworks and Section 106 contributions results in a negative land value. This remains the case when calculated within scope risk.
Within or without?
This remains the case without scope risk in the cost plan, NR1 revision B. If that scope analysis is included, the residual land value reduces further and becomes a deeper negative. This is because delivery of the scheme would be deeply loss-making to the master developer. In other words, the residual land value reduces to zero. That gives the landowner £0 per gross acre. This means there's absolutely no possibility the scheme will come forward in the way proposed. There is a very obvious need for public subsidy in respect of the southern site. If the Secretary of State does decide to grant planning permission, it's imperative that it is only granted with a firm understanding that all the Section 106 contributions are paid and the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A is open before there are any occupations. Other matters, the issue of highway impact and archaeology, are both resolved. The impact of the public rights-of-way remains a concern, but given the viability evidence, there is little prospect of a green bridge being built at the point where many of the public rights-of-way merge.
Well, I'm glad you got your green bridge in, Mr. Young.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good. Okay, thank you. Actually, there is just one thing I want to bring up with you, and that is this note that came yesterday from Mr. Spilsbury, which was rather unexpected. I presume it was from CBRE anyway. Do you know about this?
I do. He was chasing up loose ends, which the solicitors had chased up. He produced the note. We all discussed this before. He sent it to Mr. Mitford Slade. Mr. Mitford Slade provided his comments on it. And then, I'm afraid, in the summer holidays, nobody then did anything about it. So the solicitors diligently chased up the outstanding tasks, and that's why it was addressed this week. I'm really not that concerned. I think, as I understand it, my own friend is concerned about that going in. Is that right?
Not concerned. No, I just no. It was only that the solicitor for Kent had suggested it was an agreed note, and I just clarified that it's not. But I'm not sure, given Mr. Young's closings, that it causes us any problems, because we can respond to everything in. I'm happy for it to go in, is what I'm saying. But as long as it goes in as a note from CBRE rather than a note from us, that's fine by us.
Yeah. I just wanted there to be clarity. It was sent to Mr. Mitford Slade, who then responded, and his response is incorporated in the note. But that implies that it's agreed because it has his contents. It may be just better to leave the note, to be honest, because.
Do you mean not have it at all?
Yeah, simply because, it confirms what both parties have done with contingencies, but that's dealt with in the closing submissions. I think the position is, it's being said it's Mr. Mitford Slade's response was a response on the note, but it wasn't to say what the contents were agreed.
We don't really know what his response was.
No, it's difficult. I'm happy either for it to. Well, it can either not go in, as Mr. Young said, or it can go in as long as it just goes in as a note from Mr. Spilsbury. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I'm not very happy with it coming in so late, to be quite honest.
If Mr. Young doesn't need it to make the closings he's just made, then perhaps we just let it.
And that's the point. I don't think I do need it. And I mean, to be fair, people were being diligent and chasing it up, and there had been exchanges. Yeah, but to receive it on the day before and then it not be the subject to agreement, I don't think is that helpful, to be honest.
No. Well, you obviously didn't hear what I said yesterday, but anyway, I'm not going to repeat that. So
you don't. I'm being clear. I don't think you need the note.
It's up to you whether you want to put it in.
I don't think you need the note.
All right. So shall we just forget about it then? Thank you very much. Right.
Can I raise one matter?
Yes, of course, Mr. Ferreira.
Thank you. We're going to talk at lunchtime about the competent authority /you note.
Is this one from Councillor Bonney?
About, I think you had said you'd wanted confirmation from the council about their position.
Yes.
And I just wanted to raise kind of an open inquiry so that I can understand people's thinking, and more specifically, perhaps yours, Mum. You had said that the council would be the competent authority. And the question that's swirling round at our side is if the impacts come from the Northern Relief Road, because that's the change that's going to affect the land that's otherwise used for SANG, why isn't the Secretary of State the competent authority in relation to it and hence on this application?
Because my reasoning was because it relates to the mitigation in relation to Stones Farm.
It does, but left to its own devices, Stones Farm has mitigation. The impact only arises if the Northern Relief Road is built.
Well, that's true enough, but I mean, I suppose one could say that, with the policy, of course, there is provision for Northern Relief Road. I know that it's not. I'm not saying it would necessarily go this way because that's all evidence, but I just think it's difficult to say that the Secretary of State is competent authority for a provision which is actually in relation to a different scheme. But I mean, I appreciate what you said.
Well, the provision and I'm speaking as my thoughts are formulating. The provision's already been made in relation to Stones Farm. And it's there and it's settled. And so if there was no Northern Relief Road, the line would be drawn there and there'd be nothing for the council to consider or for anyone else to consider.
Well, it might be a technical matter.
The question only arises because of an impact that the Northern Relief Road will have if and when built across the Stones Farm land. And therefore, on the face of it, it would seem that being an impact of the schemes before the Secretary of State is the competent authority. And I'm saying it out loud to canvass views, really.
Can I say that's very helpful from our perspective? Can we have a chat with the council over lunch and come back to you and see if we can agree, at least between ourselves, what we all think, and then obviously we can present it to you?
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was just, that was immediately my thought when I read about Secretary of State being competent authority for a different site, but appreciate that.
I just
by all means.
So I mentioned it briefly. I agree with Mr. Pereira. I don't think the competent authority made its decision at the relevant time that the SANG was the competent authority made the decision on that
council,
proposal. And if you introduce something new, it's an intervening event.
Yeah.
And you've got to look at the implications of that. But what we've said in closing submissions is just if there's an implication, then that may be addressed through, as has been mentioned, a financial sum in relation to the SAM, or additional provision in some form or another. But it's not really an issue for us.
No, it isn't.
But it is an issue for the Northern Relief Road, which of course we're keen to see developed.
Yeah, but that doesn't get us any further as to who the competent authority is, does it really?
We'll have a chat with Mr. Pereira and see if we can, at least between us, develop an agreed position, and then we can discuss it perhaps before the.
I mean, it might be a bit academic anyway, because the council hasn't, according to the note anyway, the council's not objected.
No.
Yes, it may not make any difference to the outcome. It's just a question of what you're asking from us and how we express it.
And also, if we want, it needs to be legally, whatever the answer is, we want a legally robust position so everyone knows which authority's holding the baton, as it were.
I mean, if the council hasn't objected.
Yeah, exactly.
So if it's the competent authority, then it's all right.
Yes.
And then if the Secretary of State sort of says, well, I might be the competent authority, and then makes that decision either way, then both are covered, I suppose. I don't suppose
it might
you could have any legal challenge to a sort of a mistake on who's the competent authority, as long as both of them have.
Yeah, it may argue, in the end make no difference at all, but we want to be clear. I'm sure we all want to be clear on who it is.
I would like to know what you think.
Yeah, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pereira. Yeah. Is there anything else anyone wants to raise?
Well, really, just about time. I can't see who's here from the Rules.
Yes, well, I think we're sticking with the Hoppers.
Going with half two.
Yes, I think so, because that's what's being worked to. So there's lots to do anyway, isn't there, in the interim? So I would suggest that we adjourn now till 2:30.
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. 2:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Right, just keeping up with all the bits and pieces that we've got to make sure we complete before the finish of the inquiry. So the applicants have now made a few changes to the public art condition I suggested relating to just tying it in, if you like, with Section 106 and the open space strategy. Got no objection to that. Has everybody seen that? Has it not been circulated?
It has just been circulated. I sent it to the
Okay,
programme officers,
well, if you've
and
got,
it's been circulated
it's
since.
very short. If you've got any comments, but it seems okay to me. So unless I hear anything,
Okay, we got it 4 minutes ago.
No, okay. Well, I don't expect an immediate reply, but just tell me if you. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that everyone's happy with that. So we had the list of roads and junctions and so forth for the northern site from the 5 parishes group. Have we got Kent County Council here or not? No, we haven't. Have we got a council here? Yes, Mr. Pereira. You seem to be about the only one. Are you? Oh no, Mr. Harrison. Yeah, okay. We're not all there. But anyway, so I think it was sort of left. Kent County Council basically said that they were fairly agnostic as to whether something went in or not, but they weren't pressing for it. So I'm just wondering if the council has a view, or the applicants about putting roads in. Is that you know what I'm talking about, do you? No. Well, it's what we've sort of been talking about on and off the last couple of days, really. In Section 106, there is the requirement for a monitoring report in relation to the monitor and manage strategy. And in the southern scheme, there are a number of roads and junctions that have been set out. In the northern scheme, there is no similar list of roads or junctions. On asking about this, the Kent County Council basically indicated that there was no evidence to indicate that specific roads or junctions were sensitive to the extent, or in the transport assessment, were sensitive to the extent of requiring specific mention, and therefore they weren't asking for that to be put into the into that section of the Section 106 agreement. But if the council or the applicants wanted something in and thought it was justified, then they would have no objection. And that's really where it's
I think our starting position and probably our ending position is we've deferred to KCC on matters of this kind, so we'll come in line with them.
I may be able to help Mum from our side. I've had some correspondence with Mr. Wild, and his view is the same as KCC's, in that the list on the south is evidence-based. No evidence suggests a list is needed on the north. So relying on the evidence means that the wording as proposed is adequate, and the definition of monitor and manage covers any eventuality anyway.
okay. Well, I'll obviously have to. I've got your views. I shall have to consider that and decide myself. Now, on the SANG issue, you were going to discuss it over the lunch break. You presumably had the benefit of Miss Bonney's note, which is pretty comprehensive. It sets out it's probably the last bit that's, you know, the sort of nitty-gritty of what the 5 parishes think of the actual, in terms of the actual SANG issue. So I'd sort of quite like to hear from... all right, okay. Did you want to leave it till after the closing of the...
Yeah, we do deal with it in submissions actually, Mum, so that might be a good way of doing it.
Sorry?
We do deal with the SANG issue in our closing submissions.
All right,
so
okay, well, why
that might be a good way
perhaps, yeah, perhaps you want to just have tell me about it if you want to, after then, later on, or first thing in the morning, or whatever. So we've got a lot of information from the NHS now, haven't we? Basically, they're suggesting some drafting points for the healthcare schedules. They've made a comment about your points, Mr. Gearing, about Northfield Harbourside acute care contributions, and they've sent in a couple of Excel spreadsheets giving us information of other Section 106 healthcare contributions and specific healthcare facilities, and the sort of how they're getting on with reaching the sort of target for those. So how do we deal with that? Have you had a chance to look at it, Miss Bonnie? You presumably haven't.
No, to be honest, I was focusing on our closings, so that came in quite late. But I'll have a look at it. I've got my addendum to the closings. So
yeah.
I'm obviously can't change my addendum, but I will review what's come in.
Well, you can if you want to.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, sorry, you can't after
Well, no,
read it.
I'll tell you afterwards if I've
If you want to add some things, well, I presume you're going to do your addendum afterwards.
Yeah, after.
So if you want to, while Mr. Barnes is speaking,
yeah,
could do
I'll
that.
have a recce.
If you want to.
Yep, thank you.
You don't have to. What about the applicants? There was 4. Have the council seen it? Sorry? I know, yes. Yep. What are we doing in the lunch break, Mr. Pereira?
Very interesting what we're doing in that lunch break.
Well, do you want to, if you want to deal with that again afterwards, that's okay, because I mean you've got a chance to respond to Miss Bonnie anyway, so.
We will, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but I would like sort of some comments specifically on those 2 issues. And the final thing I've just wanted to ask is, I haven't had any notice of any costs applications.
No intention to make any
Right.
from us. There's only really been one mooted, hasn't there, over the course of the inquiry, but we're not taking it forward.
Sorry?
Sorry, I should say, there's only one that's been mooted so far, really, as a possibility by us, but that's not being taken forwards. So there is currently no intention to make one.
Okay. What about the council?
Not presently, no.
Well, obviously we haven't got. Have we? Oh, yeah.
We won't be.
We've got National Highways.
We won't be making a cost
Dragon
application.
Writer, anything? Oh, sorry.
No, we're not making any cost application.
Have we got anyone from Kent County Council here? No.
I think Mr. Young probably would have told us if he was.
I think you would have told us. Not usually shy and coming forward. Is it?
No.
So you said no council. So rule 6 is. Yeah.
I thought that was good.
Mr. Bell?
No, we're not making any cost applications.
Right, okay. I mean, I'm asking, obviously I should have had notice anyway, but just really so that we know the timetable, we're going to get everything in. Today and
Best
tomorrow.
asked. There are obviously more parties coming tomorrow who may have different ideas, but we'll see.
More parties
With
coming
the duchy.
Well, can't imagine.
You never know. You never know.
It's just the Dutch.
I don't think we're expecting. I don't think any of us are expecting a cost application in any direction at the moment. But obviously that could change.
Well, right. Okay then. Thank you all very much. Right. I think that's everything. Anything else on anybody's list?
It's a very small thing. From what I say, very small thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a thing that may or may not be small. The very important from our perspective that the closings do no more or less than reflect the evidence that has been heard and aren't used as an opportunity to, try and create new evidence for obvious reasons that I won't go over. And I do just know, I know they've not read it out yet, but they were kind enough to share it in advance. The Rule 6 party, 99% of what's in these closings observes that rule in our submission. And so we've got no objection to it being recorded because it represents their case and we've had a full opportunity to examine it and all the rest of it. The 1%, yeah. There's an issue about this Wimbledon judgment that we put in ages ago, and it relates to whether or not deliverability is a material planning consideration that weighs one way or the other. And in a nutshell, without going into what Wimbledon says, in the end, resolving that issue is a question of planning judgment. That's what the courts have confirmed. And so ultimately, that'll be your judgment, the Secretary of State's judgment. That's fine, obviously. The Rule 6 party has no evidence that I've tested, or the inquiry's tested, on the extent to which, if at all, within the terms of this Wimbledon judgment, deliverability is a material planning consideration that weighs, and if so, why, within the terms of that judgment. In the closings, and I don't want this sort of a spoiler alert because we're going to get there in about half an hour, but in the closings from paragraphs 26 to 31, my learned friends, both of them, put forward a number of reasons why they now say that deliverability is a material consideration that should weigh, in their view, against any decision to grant planning permission. And in some ways you might say, well, fine, no surprises that that's broadly consistent with their antipathy to the applications. The issue, and I just want to raise, we will do our best to deal with it in closings, and I'm not suggesting that we procedurally change anything or that anyone gets recalled or whatever, but I just want to be clear that in our submission, what is being said in those paragraphs represents planning evidence that if it was to be put before the inquiry should have been put, so I could have asked questions about it, because there's all sorts of things I would have wanted to ask about the propositions that are set out in those paragraphs, all of which represent matters of planning judgment for planners, or indeed for Councillor Bonney or whoever. It doesn't have to. I'm not saying necessarily just professional planners, but for witnesses. These are not legal submissions. They are points of new evidence, and it's not unimportant, because this topic of deliverability, obviously we've just heard 2 hours of it from Mr. Young about what he thinks about deliverability. I didn't mean it literally 2 hours, but whatever it was on deliverability. So the Wimbledon judgment, obviously we're referring to it, and it's important that we understand, that the inquiry understands what evidence there is before the inquiry about it. And we'll be coming back to it in our closings. I did want to draw that line in the sand, because in order for us to deal with it properly in our closings, it's important the Rule 6 should know what we're going to be saying about those paragraphs now. Important that you know as well, so that everyone knows, so that it doesn't come as a massive shock in the closings when we characterise those paragraphs as attempts to introduce matters of evidence.
Well, Ma'am, we don't accept that this is an attempt to introduce planning evidence via submissions. These are all submissions that we're making on the basis of the evidence which has already been before the inquiry. It's always been our case that viability and deliverability are material issues. The Wimbledon case was raised originally by Mr. Bashforth, and indeed I cross-examined him on one of the issues which is in our submissions, namely issue 2, which is about the affordable housing emergency. So we would say that these are all evidentially things which are already before the inquiry. The Wimbledon case was already before the inquiry. The applicant introduced it, and we're simply making submissions about it.
You know, we're happy to sort of leave it there, and we'll come back to it in our closings and try and do our best to address it. I do note in the answer that you've just heard there was no reference to anywhere in any of the evidence of the Rule 6 party that any of these things are said. But yeah, c'est la vie, and I don't want to slow things down. So, and I'm not claiming that we're procedurally prejudiced by it. We will do our best to deal with it in closing submissions.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. Well, these closing submissions are made on behalf of the 5 Parishes Group and the Tenham and Highsted Community Action Group, which we refer to as the Action Group, together known collectively as the Groups. Throughout this inquiry, the Groups have continued to be separate Rule 6 parties and remain so to this date. And whilst both have a common aim in their endeavours, the distinction between the Groups remains an important one to them. And this is reflected in the structure of these closing submissions. 53 days spread over 16 weeks, spread in turn over 33 weeks, have now passed since the inquiry received the opening submissions of all the parties involved. Throughout that time, the inquiry has received evidence from numerous witnesses, together with representations made by members of the local community. The inspector now has the considerable task of assessing all of that evidence, preparing a report and recommendation to aid the Secretary of State in determining whether or not to grant the applications. For the reasons that follow, the position of the Groups is that the inspector's recommendation and indeed the Secretary of State's decision should be one of refusal of both applications. The first section of the submissions is a high-level summary of the Group's respective cases. This is necessarily brief and must be read and understood in the context of these closing submissions as a whole. The purpose of the overview is to provide you and the Secretary of State with a high-level summary of each group's position and to identify those areas where the groups collectively submitted joint evidence. These submissions then go on to address specific areas in more detail. So the shared issues between the groups are as follows. The groups object to the northern and southern applications, and for clarity that includes the northern scheme coming forward on its own, as well as in conjunction with the southern scheme. Undermining of the local plan. Whilst not premature in NPPF terms, a development of this scale effectively creates an allocation, which we say undermines the local plan-making process. Transport. This is a road-led scheme. However, permission for the roads is sought on the basis of principle first, detail later. Such an approach is not sufficiently robust or precautionary, given that the roads will cause significant harm to, amongst other things, ancient woodlands and national landscape and conservation areas. The roads will sever communities and entrench continued reliance upon the private car. The claims of sustainability are at best aspirational. Both groups are concerned about the impacts upon rural lanes. As is clear from their submitted evidence, the groups do not accept that there is a need for the new motorway junction. Heritage. Irreversible harm will be caused to precious heritage assets which should be preserved for future generations. In particular, the Grade 2-star listed Frognall Farmhouse, the Tong Conservation Area, the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas, the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area, and the Grade 2-star Bexon Court. Impacts upon health services. there is already extraordinary pressure upon both primary and acute care in this part of Kent. The effects of such a high number of additional residents is a matter of grave concern to the community and should be addressed strategically through the plan-making process. Landscape. Both groups are gravely concerned about the impacts upon the many landscape designations, namely the national landscape, areas of high landscape value, important local countryside gaps, and the loss of substantial BMV agricultural land. Public rights of way. Both groups object to the loss of visual amenity and tranquility which is currently enjoyed by walkers and local residents using these routes. Water. Both groups have raised concerns informed by lived experience of the ability of the foul and potable water infrastructure to cope with such an influx of new residents. It is unacceptable and unwise to leave such an important issue to the later stages of the approvals process when the principle of the development will already have been established. And moving on to issues specific to the 5 parishes group. The 5 parishes group's concerns are wide-ranging and are set out in the planning proof of Councillor Bonney. And what follows is a summary of the main issues. Viability and deliverability are material considerations. The evidence shows that the scheme is not deliverable. Ecology. The stream at Bapchard is a chalk stream which can and should be restored as a rare and valued habitat. Impacts upon it have not been properly assessed. The chalk stream close to Lower Road is also put at risk by this development. Contamination of the Kent Science Park should be investigated now and not at a later stage due to the impacts that could be caused to local hydrology, water protection areas and ancient woodland. The scheme will impact numerous protected species such as bats, curlews, skylarks, badgers, newts and dormice. The 5 parishes group submit that this is ecological vandalism on a vast scale. Stones Farm. The Northern Relief Road will run through the Sang. The 5 parishes group share the concerns of the council that this may undermine its purpose as mitigation provided to avoid the Stones Farm development having a likely significant effect on the Spa or Ramsar site. Furthermore, the council is in the process of acquiring the land and there is no guarantee that the council would then be minded to sell it in order to facilitate delivery of the NRR, in relation to which there is substantial local objection. That then places a huge question mark over the timing and deliverability of the NRR, which feeds into deliverability of the whole scheme. Archaeology. The local area is steeped in pockets of archaeological significance, yet the approach to the physical investigation of the archaeology was rushed and not robust. The sites have potential for significant finds which could cause further delays and costs to the scheme. That adds to the concerns about viability and deliverability. A far more detailed investigation is required before the development should be permitted. Tilted balance, we say, is not engaged. Then moving on to issues specific to the action group. Transport. Although this is a shared issue, the action group have specific concerns, especially with regard to the northern site. These are that the physical layout of the proposed development is a barrier to active travel, and the scheme will exacerbate congestion on the A2. Schools. The action group is concerned about the impacts upon the capacity of local schools, in particular SEND provision, where the lived experience of residents is that it is already very difficult to access appropriate educational facilities locally for children with additional needs. Loss of agricultural land and food supply. Residents expressed alarm that high-quality farmland on the northern site would be irreversibly lost to housing at a time when national food security is becoming an increasingly urgent policy issue. Air quality. There is a particular concern about fine particulate matter, PM 2.5. Residents are concerned that the additional traffic generated by the development, especially HGVs and private cars, would compound this issue. Sewerage and water supply. Again, this is a shared issue, but the action group have particular concerns. The lived experience of residents is that the existing foul water drainage network in and around Tenham is already under considerable strain. Reports were cited of frequent blockages, flooding of private gardens and roads, and sewage overflows during periods of heavy rainfall. Residents fear that the increased loading from thousands of new homes will overwhelm the system. In relation to potable water supply, the southeast of England is already classified as a region under serious water stress. There were concerns that demand from thousands of new homes would further deplete already stretched resources, and that no long-term water resilience strategy had been provided to support the development. So moving on to some specific issues now, the first of which is the approach taken to obtaining permission for the scheme. The applicants have applied for permission in outline, with many fundamental matters of detail being left until the reserved matters stage, including appearance, layout and scale. The applicant's planning witness, Mr Bashforth, explained that this was to maintain flexibility. It is not suggested that there is anything illegitimate or unlawful about this approach, and nor is it suggested that it's premature in terms of the MPPF paragraph 50, because the emerging local plan is not at an advanced stage. However, it is submitted that the policy purpose and intention of the MPPF paragraph 50A is material, because the development proposed is so substantial that to grant permission would, in effect, create an allocation, thereby bypassing the local plan process. And the reason why this matters is because the MPPF states that the purpose of the planning system is to contribute to the achievement of sustainable development, which is summarised as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Paragraph 8 of the MPPF lists the three overarching objectives of the planning system, namely economic, social and environmental. Paragraph 9 states that these objectives should be delivered through the preparation and implementation of plans. Paragraph 15 states that the planning system should be genuinely plan-led. Succinct and up-to-date plans should provide a positive vision for the future of each area, a framework for meeting housing needs and addressing other economic, social and environmental priorities, and a platform for local people to shape their surroundings. Although the groups have been able to respond to the consultation on these applications and participate in this inquiry as Rule 6 parties, that is not the same as them engaging in the local plan process, which would have been able to explore a variety of options and would not be confined to the parameters of these planning applications. And this is not just a matter of principle, it has real practical consequences. In his evidence in chief, Mr Dygan explained that the local plan process has been paused pending the outcome of the Highsted decisions, which will inform, if not dictate, the direction of travel for housing and employment space. He said that if the applications are approved, they will essentially become allocations for housing and employment space. The community has had to live with that planning uncertainty for a considerable amount of time. As Councillor Bonney explained in her oral evidence, the outline nature of the applications has made it difficult for the community to understand and assess the precise nature of the harms, especially with regard to the historic environment. She gave the example of the lack of known detail about precisely how the NRR will pass through the Tong Conservation Area, a point which was also highlighted by Serda Planning, who made submissions on behalf of the 5 parishes group. It's submitted that without an appropriate level of known detail, there is a danger that the assessment of harm and impacts is reduced to an abstract exercise, unrelated to the situation on the ground. And furthermore, when considering impacts upon a highly sensitive site, such as, for example, the Tong Conservation Area, or to give another example, the national landscape, details such as design, materials and lighting really matter when judging whether impacts are acceptable or not. In the very recent case of C.G. Fry, the Supreme Court helpfully summarised the nature and effect of a grant of outline permission as follows. The court said, where an outline planning permission has been granted, it is not open to a planning authority to revisit matters which have been approved in principle at the outline stage, and some element of development must be acceptable on the site within the ambit of the outline permission. Where an outline permission reserves matters for the approval of a local planning authority, the extent to which the authority can withhold approval is restricted to what has been expressed to be, say, reserved, and it's not permitted to go back on points of principle which it has accepted by granting permission. As the court stated in general terms in paragraph 65 of the judgment, the grant of planning permission locks in the right of the developer to proceed with the development for which permission has been given. It is submitted that if granted, these outline permissions would crystallise the principle of the various harms occurring, but at a stage in the planning process when the precise nature of the harms isn't properly understood. The group submits that the balance between flexibility and known detail has swung too far in favour of flexibility. Moving on now to deal with the issues of viability and deliverability. On the 11th of March 2025, the inquiry heard the applicant's opening submissions. The first of 6 points made by the applicant concerns the fact that the country currently finds itself in the grip of the most profound housing crisis in living memory, and that the scheme before the inquiry was a make or break test for the government's housing problem. As such, the scheme's been called in for determination by the Secretary of State. The government's target, as set out by the Secretary of State on the 30th of July 2024, is to build 1.5 million homes over the next 5 years. This scheme proposes to deliver up to 1,250 dwellings at the northern site and up to 7,150 dwellings at the southern site. However, it's become abundantly clear through the viability, transport and planning evidence that despite the impressive number of dwellings this scheme has the claimed potential to deliver, it will not do so within the 5-year period set out by the government in July 2024. As such, it cannot be said to assist the government's ambition to deliver 1.5 million homes over the next 5 years. The Five Parishes Group first raised the issue of viability in its case statement. The fact that the applicant and Five Parishes Group would be calling viability evidence during this inquiry was discussed at the CMC, and the approach to that was discussed during the pre-inquiry meeting. However, the inquirer will be aware that despite these early discussions, the bulk of the financial viability work had to be undertaken during the inquiry, and that in the Five Parishes' view, the issue of viability has become a bit of a movable feast, with KCC seeming to suddenly realise that there were serious issues surrounding the viability of the scheme, to the extent that it instructed its own expert, Mr. Spilsbury, and used its expertise and resources to scrutinise the viability evidence as it developed during the inquiry, including the material disclosed belatedly by Mr. Mitford-Slade during his cross-examination. The inquiry will be keenly aware that both KCC and the Five Parish Group's experts reached polar opposite views of the viability evidence. However, these views were reached due to the assumptions that had to be made in light of the detail that was originally missing from the applicant's viability evidence. It should be borne in mind that the Five Parishes Group's experts did not have the level of engagement with the applicant's expert as Mr. Spilsbury benefited from. However, having considered KCC's position and the case as it developed, the Five Parishes Group fell into line with the position taken by KCC, albeit with an important distinction that the Five Parishes Group disagree that the roads are needed in this area, and certainly that they should not be built at the locations proposed. KCC and now the Five Parish Group's position is neatly set out in Mr. Young KC's note of the 30th of July 2025, and as described by Mr. Bell to the inquiry on the 15th of July 2025. Neither site can nor should be considered to be viable, whether they come forward together or alone, and the Five Parishes Group supports the criticism of the applicant's approach to viability and its evidence as per Mr. Young's note. This scheme and each separate application comes with significant infrastructure costs, the sums of which are not agreed. KCC's estimate is at 366 million, the applicant's significantly less, as is to be expected, at 213 million. The inspector will recall that throughout this inquiry, costs of various aspects of the scheme have been called into question, and not just the cost of the road infrastructure. See, for example, Mr. Gardner's proof of evidence and that of Councillor Bonney. Issues of costs have also been raised during the final session dealing with the 106 agreement, including those sought by the NHS. One stark issue that became clear from Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence is how the applicant intends to fund its scheme, particularly through the receipts received from houses that it proposes to build, but that cannot be occupied until the SRR is delivered, and seemingly not in accordance with how the parcels of land are to be packaged and sold within the applicant's modelling. Clearly, an approach was taken here by the applicant to try and reduce finance costs to improve the viability case. However, what this discloses is almost a paradigm example of a viability scheme based on wishful thinking. Is the applicant being realistic in respect of how it can hope to fund the delivery of the scheme? As of the close of this inquiry and the date of these submissions, the Five Parishes Group remains of the view that the scheme is not viable, and the evidence produced by the applicant to suggest that it is unconvincing and incredible. The inspector will need to weigh up this evidence in due course to reach your conclusion, but the position adopted by KCC and the Five Parishes Group identifies clear and significant failings in the applicant's case. The question of financial viability clearly feeds into the issue of deliverability. Both KCC and the Five Parishes Group have, through their viability evidence in particular, raised the issue of deliverability. If the inspector finds that the scheme is not viable, then the applicant's position is to essentially ask, so what? This is because the applicant argues that deliverability is rarely relevant to the planning balance, and this is not one of the rare cases where it is. Mr. Bashforth stated repeatedly in his oral evidence that deliverability was not relevant to the planning balance, and that financial viability was only relevant to affordable housing. In doing so, he relied upon the recent decision of Mr. Justice Saini in the Wimbledon case. This concerns the proposed expansion of the site of the Wimbledon Championships onto Wimbledon Park Golf Course. The proposed development involved building 38 new tennis courts, tennis-related infrastructure and new buildings, including an 8,000-seat stadium, as well as extensive works to Wimbledon Park Lake. The development was said to enable the hosting of the Wimbledon qualifying event, to improve the functioning and operation of the Wimbledon Championships and its continuation as the world's leading Grand Slam tournament. The facts of the Wimbledon case are important because the development in Wimbledon was a commercial scheme. There might have been public benefits arising from it, but it would appear that there was no particular detriment to the public if permission were granted but the scheme was not delivered. As the court stated, in general, if a development is prevented from being implemented, it will not deliver any benefits, whether meeting a need or otherwise, but there will also be no harm. There will be no development at all. It is submitted that the starting point in terms of the correct legal approach is paragraph 52 of the Wimbledon judgment, in which the court stated that questions of deliverability can, as a matter of principle, be material considerations, but there is no rule of law that deliverability will always be a relevant consideration, even if the obstacles to implementation are apparently insuperable. Rather, whether or not to take account of or give weight to such matters was a matter for the decision maker, impeachable only on classic public law irrationality grounds. The court went on to find that the planning officers had expressly turned their minds to such issues and concluded that the deliverability of the development did not affect the weight to be given to its benefits, and in particular that the weight to be given to the benefit of meeting a need was not affected by precisely when the development actually came forward. That was, the court found, a lawful exercise of judgment. By contrast, in this case, it is submitted that there are three reasons why these proposals fall within the category of cases identified by the court in Wimbledon, where deliverability is relevant to the land use planning exercise as a matter of planning judgment. First, this proposal includes major public transport infrastructure in the form of the NRR and the SRR, a new motorway junction, plus market housing and affordable housing. The scheme is of such magnitude and importance that it's resulted in the local plan process being paused, and the council requesting that the inspector and the Secretary of State make a decision about deliverability in order to avoid shrouding the local plan process in further uncertainty. It cannot be said that it matters not whether this development comes forward. Second, the council has declared an affordable housing emergency. Because it is an emergency, as a matter of ordinary language, it must be time sensitive. Third, to the Five Parishes Group and seemingly KCC, the scheme is clearly road-led. Illogically, this leading element of the scheme is reserved. There is no detailed design, just a concept. That has to evidence a high degree of uncertainty in respect to the deliverability and viability of a scheme such as this. Without the roads, all of the claimed benefits, including the housing, cannot come forward. At the close of the inquiry, the date for the delivery of the roads remains unclear and could clearly take years to come forward, given the risk that CPO powers may be needed. No housing should come forward until the roads have been delivered to avoid the real risk of a stalled or semi-complete development. clearly on any realistic timescales, this scheme will not be delivered within the target to deliver 1.5 million homes by 2029. And so this scheme cannot be said to contribute to that target at all or in any meaningful way should permission be granted and some of the housing come through earlier. However, should the Secretary of State consider this scheme to be a partial silver bullet towards meeting the government's housing target by 2029, then it must follow that it has to be capable of actually being delivered. Further, the inquiry will recall that Mr Gearing accepted during his evidence that the applicant has no experience of delivery projects of this scale, and that has to bring about questions as to whether or not they are capable of delivering a scheme such as this. Put simply, the Five Parishes case is that viability and deliverability are material considerations, and the evidence shows that this scheme is not deliverable. Granting outline permission will therefore result in a huge waste of further time and money and cause considerable uncertainty, discomfort and planning blight for those who live and work in the area. Moving on to Stones Farm. The Stones Farm countryside gap is another issue raised by the Five Parishes group at the outset of this inquiry, which has taken on a life of its own. The inspector will be familiar with the Stones Farm issue, including the fact that the sang is protected by a covenant, and will have to assess what impact it has on the ability for the scheme to come forward as per the proposed plans and timeframes, and the impact it would have on the land at Stones Farm, which appears to have been overlooked as an area of sang, albeit not one secured in planning. At times, the Five Parishes group has felt that it's been revisiting the same ground in respect of Stones Farm in order to try and get the applicant to understand the position and paint, from a third-party perspective, a clear picture of the situation for the inspector. Thankfully, these concerns have now been vindicated by the note provided by Swale Borough Council on the 15th of October 2025, in which the local planning authority concludes, the council considers that the NRR and the potential impact on the ability of the sangs to be as effective in terms of attracting recreational activity could undermine the mitigation that was provided to avoid the Stones Farm development having a likely significant effect on the Spa Ramsar site. It is considered that the decision maker will have to be satisfied that there would not be a net likely significant effect as a result of this plan or project, and that this will have to extend to an assessment of the impact on an existing feature that represented a mitigation measure as part of another plan or project. The very brief note provided to the inquiry last night, agreed note for SBC and the applicants to the inspector on Stones Farm Countryside Gap, is the title, is helpful in the sense that it makes clear that Natural England considers the Countryside Gap to be a high-quality green space that was provided as part of the Stones Farm planning application for the purpose of mitigating recreational harm on the spa. The inquiry should adopt a similar position in that regard and treat the Countryside Gap as a high-quality and important green space that serves an important role in respect of protecting the spa. Swale Borough Council's agreement to the use of the SAMS payment as discussed in the note is questionable, and a point that the Five Parishes group will be investigating further outside of this inquiry. But it should be noted that Natural England's position does not appear to be the same as the applicant or Swale Borough Council's agreed approach. Indeed, as recorded, it seems that Natural England have failed to endorse the approach suggested, and appears to be suggesting at this late stage that this is a matter for the Secretary of State to approve, which the Five Parishes group is not sure that it is, as of course no proposed variation to the Stones Farm permission is before this inquiry, and neither is the Secretary of State a party to the covenant. However, it's clear that the potential impacts on the spa cannot be underestimated here, and in the group's view, erosion of the sang by this proposal should not be permitted, and consideration needs to be given to the impact that this proposal will have on the spa if the sang is encroached upon as proposed. Needless to say, the Five Parishes group considers that based on the evidence before the inquiry, coupled with the late realisation of the council of the issue with this particular sang, the inspector cannot be satisfied that there would not be a net likely significant effect because the applicant has simply not recognised or assessed this issue. The Five Parishes group would also add that Stones Farm links to deliverability because the land is in the process of being acquired by the council, and there's no guarantee that the council would be prepared to then sell the land to facilitate the delivery of the NRR, especially given the scale of local opposition to it. The Five Parishes group do not consider that a financial payment is sufficient compensation for the loss of this important countryside park and sang. The latest response from Natural England appears to add to the complexity and uncertainty about the impacts of the NRR on the Stones Farm SANG, and consequently the deliverability of the NRR. The NRR and Policy AS1. It's submitted that the applicant's approach to Policy AS1, which safeguards land for the NRR, has been inconsistent. In the section of his proof dealing with the public benefits of the Northern Scheme, Mr. Bashforth relies upon the significant benefit of the privately funded SNRR, which is an objective of the local plan and safeguarded within it. However, elsewhere in his proof, he repeatedly criticises the local plan for being out of date. For example, at paragraph 17.4, he stated that the weight to be given to the local plan is diminished because it's out of date, and the council cannot demonstrate that it has a 5-year housing balance, hereby triggering the presumption or tilted balance. Ultimately, the weight to be afforded to Policy AS1 is a matter of planning judgment for the inspector. Water impacts. The local plan states that Swale lies within an area of serious water stress, and that water resources are likely to become more stretched within Swale as the population continues to grow. A development of this magnitude will require substantial infrastructure to ensure adequate provision of potable water and foul water treatment. This is a matter of considerable concern to the community, both in terms of the nature and location of the infrastructure and the effects of the development once occupied. In her written evidence, Councillor Bonney explained that the site spans the catchment of 2 water supply companies, Southern Water and South East Water. She stated that the majority of the Southern and the whole of the Northern site sits within the supply area of South East Water, and a small area of the proposed Highsted North is within the catchment of Southern Water. She set out in detail numerous issues of concern, including water infrastructure deliverability, the fact that the proposed development site spans the catchment of Southern Water and South East Water could give rise to considerable complexity, and yet the proposed water infrastructure solution remains unclear. Water supply. The 5 parishes group has considerable concerns about the feasibility of delivering the water supply required for the whole development. Wastewater network. The 5 parishes group consider that Southern Water will not have included any allowance for improvements at the Sittingbourne wastewater treatment works to cover Highsted Park because it's not an allocated site. The 5 parishes group believe that there is insufficient capacity within the Sittingbourne wastewater network to cater for a town the size of Faversham to be added to the existing system. It appears that the route of the new sewer will be under the NRR. The location of a possible emergency storage spills tank housing 2,600 cubic metres of water or waste is of considerable concern. The possible location of a primary pumping station in Highsted Valley adjacent to Golden Wood is similarly a matter of concern. Sustainable urban drainage. The 5 parishes group is deeply concerned about the level of earthworks required to support both applications, due to the sensitivity of groundwater protection areas and the scale of the works required to support the development and the mitigation needed to deal with effects on water. The 5 parishes group have counted in excess of 90 balancing ponds covering up to 100,000 square metres or over 10 hectares of land, over 360 boreholes and re-engineering of the Dully Dry Valley to alter the flow path. Councillor Speed echoed those concerns in his oral evidence. He stated that residents were sceptical that foul and potable water would be delivered in time and that it would be reliable. The lived experience of local residents, especially the graphic accounts of sewage overflows, showed that the development would make a bad situation much worse. He referred to a letter to Helen Whately MP dated the 13th of March 2025 from Southern Water stating that the existing sewer network in Tenham is in poor condition and lacks sufficient capacity for the developments that have already been granted planning permission. His evidence was that the letter also confirmed that no more than 50 additional homes can be connected in the Tenham area without a significant upgrade to the wastewater treatment works. Policy DM21, paragraph 7 states that proposals need to demonstrate adequate water supply and wastewater connection before construction commences. It's accepted that in schemes of this scale, the design of the scheme will evolve, and it's necessary to leave certain matters of detail until later stages. It is accepted that much of what is described in terms of water proposals are options. Water is a regulated area, and the Secretary of State can expect regulators and statutory authorities such as the Environment Agency to discharge their duties effectively. However, notwithstanding all of that, this is a scheme of strategic significance, and there is great concern about the lack of specifics and therefore uncertainty about the impacts upon water resources and the infrastructure needed by both Southern and South East Water to serve the scheme. This is unacceptable in a development of this scale and impact, and of great concern to the local community, both in terms of the environmental impacts of any water infrastructure which is provided, and the consequences to their water supply of such a huge influx of new residents. Neither development site is allocated in the local plan, and so they have not been assessed for water impacts through the plan-making process. There is a difference between maintaining a degree of flexibility and leaving a matter of such profound significance to the reserved matters stage when the principle of development has already been fixed. During Councillor Bonney's oral evidence on this topic, the inspector specifically asked the applicant to comment upon these issues in their oral planning evidence. Mr Bashforth only commented in answer to questions from the inspector at the very end of his evidence on the 10th of October 2025. He was asked about the lack of consultation with Southern Water and stated that Southern Water had informed the initial feasibility studies and had submitted consultation responses, so would have raised any concerns then. He stated that South East Water were involved in feasibility studies but did not respond to the consultation. The documents submitted by the applicant give an indication of the enormous scale of the potential water impacts. It is submitted that the inspector and the Secretary of State cannot be satisfied that those impacts have been addressed in these applications to a degree which is commensurate with the scale of this development. Moving on to heritage impacts. The correct approach to assessing heritage impacts is set out in the Heritage Addendum Statement of Common Ground and is not repeated at any length here. The inspector will be aware of the statutory duties under Sections 66 and 72 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act of 1990 to have special regard to the desirability of preserving listed buildings or their settings, and to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of conservation areas respectively. The inspector will also be aware of the Barnwell decision that, to quote from the Statement of Common Ground, the judgment makes clear at paragraph 23 that there is a strong presumption against granting planning permission for development which would harm the character or appearance of a conservation area, precisely because the desirability of preserving the character or appearance of the area is a consideration of considerable importance and weight. Paragraph 24 makes it clear that in enacting section 66(1), Parliament intended that the desirability of preserving the setting of listed buildings should not simply be given careful consideration by the decision maker for the purpose of deciding whether there would be some harm, but should be given considerable importance and weight when the decision maker carries out the balancing exercise. The inspector will also be familiar with the relevant sections of the NPPF which are referenced above, which require decision makers, they're actually referenced in the footnotes, I should say now, Mum, which require decision makers to give great weight to a heritage asset's conservation. And the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. It's common ground that none of the harms to designated heritage assets in this case are substantial within the meaning of the NPPF. Therefore, the assessment is where on the spectrum of less than substantial harm the harm lies, and that harm must then be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. The effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated heritage asset should also be taken into account, and a balanced judgment will be required. Impacts upon heritage assets are especially important in this case because they are impacts upon assets of considerable significance and have the potential to disengage the tilted balance. The Action Group and Five Parishes Group rely upon the evidence of Dr. Nicholas Doggett, a heritage expert who was jointly instructed by both parties. The inquiry also received evidence from Mr. Paul Townsend, the owner of Frognall Farmhouse. His proof is expressed to be made on behalf of the Action Group, but is also relied upon by the Five Parishes Group. Tables 2.2 and 2.3 of the Heritage Addendum Statement of Common Ground contain a comprehensive list between the main parties of those assets which are potentially affected by the proposals. In his evidence, Dr. Doggett concentrates upon the heritage assets which are of most concern. So starting with the northern site and Frognall Farmhouse. Frognall Farmhouse is a Grade 2 star listed property, and this means that it is a particularly important building and of more than special interest. In his written evidence, Dr. Doggett states that its significance derives not only from its physical fabric, but also from its current isolated rural location, a situation it's enjoyed since the Middle Ages. He notes that Historic England state that it's associated with an ancient manor and working estate which can be traced back to at least the 13th century. The setting and situation of Frognall Farmhouse is important because there's no direct harm to the property itself, but there would be profound and irreversible changes to its setting. Mr. Townsend's evidence was particularly valuable in this regard because he's not simply the owner of the building, but its dedicated custodian and restorer. This has given him an intimate knowledge of its history. Of value is his historic timeline, which traces that history back to the 1200s, and in which he describes how the estate's coat of arms was carved in stone on the ceiling of Canterbury cloisters. As its owner, Mr. Townsend also has considerable lived experience of the building's setting. He described the natural soundscape of that rural setting and how the farmstead is currently the largest built form in an open area. He stated that the farmhouse remains embedded within the agricultural landscape it once served, preserving the historic rural hierarchy of farmhouse, farmstead and surrounding fields. He goes on to state that the proposed development threatens to alter the setting's significance in that it would be severed from its historical context and surrounded by modern development. Dr. Doggett stated in his proof that he agrees with Historic England's view in their letter of the 8th of May 2024 that the surrounding fields make an important contribution to an appreciation of the significance of Frognall Farmhouse for several reasons. Firstly, to appreciate the historic functional relationship between Frognall Farmhouse, its farmstead and its historic role as the focal point of a working estate. Second, to understand the building's rural origins. And third, the fields to the south of Frognall Farmhouse, including the site, are an attractive, verdant setting. Dr. Doggett agreed with Historic England that the proposal would cause a high level of harm to the significance of the Grade 2 star listed Frognall Farmhouse, and that the harm would be towards the upper end of less than substantial. We consider the impact would be very serious in historic environment terms, in particular because this high level of harm would be caused to a highly graded listed building. The groups reject Dr. Miele's analysis that the setting comprises arable land devoid of notable or historic landscape character. The Five Parishes Group and the Action Group accepts that the setting of Frognall Farmhouse has changed over the years, but not fundamentally. It's still rural, it is still open, and what is left of it should be treasured. Granting permission will mean that Frognall Farmhouse will be severed from its historic setting, which will be lost forever. The Tong Conservation Area. As Dr. Doggett observes, the designated area includes 2 Grade 2 listed buildings and other historic buildings in a small settlement that's not grown or altered significantly since the time of the 1797 Ordnance Survey Plan. He gives a reference, and also includes earthworks of the otherwise demolished Tong Castle and the Batchard Spring Head, traditionally associated with the cult of Thomas Becket near the southern boundary of the conservation area, close to the Roman road of Watling Street, now the A2, which formed an integral part of the pilgrimage route to Canterbury during the Middle Ages. The Spring Head is also important for supplying water to the chalk streams which feed Tong Pond. The conservation area would experience direct and profound change. The NRR would pass through the southern half of the conservation area. Natural England describe how there is likely to be significant earthworks to accommodate it, and it would truncate the southern half of the conservation area from the mill complex to its north, severely impacting the historic functional relationship between the Spring Head, spring, and the mill pond it fed. There would also be a probable need for street lighting and signage, plus the impacts of the traffic on the tranquility of the area. Historic England, with whom Dr. Doggett concurred, state in their letter of the 8th of May 2024 that there would be a high level of harm to the significance of the conservation area. We consider the harm would be towards the upper end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm, and that the impact would therefore be very serious in historic environment terms. It is submitted that in real terms there is very little, if anything, that could be done to mitigate the impacts of putting a major road through a rural historic conservation area. Interpretation boards would only serve to remind the public of what was lost. Increased public access would be to a much diminished heritage asset, and it was pointed out to Dr. Millet during his cross-examination by the council that the proposed watercress beds would not be consistent with the historic character of the conservation area. What this section of the NRR will look like, and precisely how the road will cross the stream, are some of the many impacts which are unknown at this outline stage. However, whatever the final design of the road may be, it's submitted that the harm will be profound in historic environment terms. The inspector is urged to find the degree of harm as is found by Historic England and Dr. Doggett. The southern site, the Church of St Nicholas, Rodmersham. As a Grade 1 listed building, the church is of the highest heritage value. Historic England's letter of the 31st of May 2024 describes it as a very fine example of a medieval parish church with a prominent 15th century tower, and that its rural setting contributes to an appreciation of the church's significance in several ways, including emphasising its status as a landmark. Historic England, with whom Dr. Doggett concurs, state that the development would be visible in a number of long views towards the Church of St Nicholas from land to the east of the site. We think the visibility of the development, coupled with associated noise and light, would urbanise the church's rural setting as seen in these views, which would harm an appreciation of the church's aesthetic value. The visibility of development would also diminish the prominence of the church's 15th century tower. Increased vehicular movements, noise associated with residential development and the relief road, and increased activity would also add to the overall harm by fundamentally altering the general landscape character of the church's setting, which includes tranquility and activity associated with farming. The level of harm to significance would be, for the purposes of the MPPF, located in the middle of the range of less than substantial harm, and therefore particularly serious. The inspector will recall the expansive views from the top of the church tower. Whilst those views are spectacular, they are only part of the overall picture. This is a historic building of the highest significance, and its status as a landmark within a rural landscape is an important part of its history. Urbanising that setting would remove that aspect of its history forever. The inspector was urged to find that the level of harm is as found by Historic England and Dr. Doggett. The Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area. Dr. Doggett describes the conservation area as follows. The designated area includes, in addition to the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas, 3 Grade 2 listed buildings and other historic buildings in a coherent and distinctive context that has changed remarkably little since the time of the 1838 tithe map. Historic England's letter of the 31st of May 2024 states that a number of the long views towards the conservation area, and especially those from the east and southeast, also reinforce its origins as a rural hamlet. Its setting therefore makes an important contribution to the significance of the conservation area. As a modest rural conservation area set away from major development, it's also very tranquil. Dr. Doggett agreed with Historic England's assessment that the proximity and extent of built development mean that the character of the conservation area as a distinct, modest rural hamlet would be impacted by its coalescence with the proposed settlement. This would harm an important aspect of its historic character. Noise, lighting and activity associated with the proposed development would also have an impact on the tranquil character of the conservation area, which is an important aspect of its historic character. We think the proximity of a proposed school to the southeast of the conservation area and potentially noise associated with the relief road could be particularly harmful. Overall, in MPPF terms, the harm is likely to be at the middle of the range of less than substantial, but could be higher. Again, the inspector is urged to take the same view. Bexon Court. The inspector will recall that during the inquiry it came to light that Bexon Court is listed as Grade 2 star, whereas Dr. Millet, Ms. Soanes and Dr. Doggett had previously understood the asset to be designated as Grade 2. All witnesses agreed that the 2-star grading meant the effects of the proposal on the asset must be given greater weight, as per paragraph 212 of the MPPF. The witnesses reviewed their assessments and their conclusions are set out in the Addendum Heritage Statement of Common Ground. It is the Five Parishes Group and the Action Group's case that the level of harm is as per the opinion of Dr. Doggett, namely, less than substantial harm towards the upper end of the spectrum. Radfield House and Dully Road. It's understood that the inspector invited a note from the Five Parishes Group concerning Radfield House and Dully Road. That note was provided on the 24th of October and sets out the concerns that arise from how this, there's an extra word there, how this has been treated by the applicant in respect of its scheme. The concerns set out in the note are maintained by the Five Parishes Group, and the inspector is invited to consider this particular issue in the context of the heritage and other harms it discloses. Harm to other conservation areas. Whilst these are the heritage assets which will experience the highest levels of harm, Dr. Doggett also identified harm to a number of other conservation areas. With regard to the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area, Dr. Doggett agreed with Historic England's assessment that the broader experience of the conservation area in its historic landscape setting as it's approached by road or footpath, all seen from the surrounding fields, would be compromised by the presence of large areas of development. This would harm the significance it derives from its historic setting in a working landscape, and thus also cause harm to the significance of the conservation area. This harm would be located at the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. With regard to the Tunstall Conservation Area, Dr. Doggett agreed with Historic England's assessment that the proximity, potential visibility and associated noise, light and activity would urbanise the wider landscape setting of Tunstall Conservation Area. Harm would be caused to the significance of the Tunstall Conservation Area as a result of the visibility of the site from the conservation area, noise, light and increased activity from the development, and the erosion of an understanding of Tunstall as an isolated settlement. For the purposes of the NPPF, this harm would be located at the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. And finally, with regard to the Milstead Conservation Area, Dr. Doggett acknowledged that the impacts would be of a lower order than on the other conservation areas, but stated that it may well be the case that the proposed new junction on the M2 northeast of Milstead would not be visible from the village and its conservation area, but the additional noise and lighting from it would almost certainly be discernible from it. In an area particularly notable for the quality of its dark sky at night, this would be regrettable and could only have an adverse impact on the setting of the Milstead Conservation Area, albeit I recognise the harm caused would be at the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. Although the levels of identified harm to these conservation areas are lower, it's submitted that they still weigh heavily in the planning balance, especially when taken cumulatively. Cumulative heritage harm. All of the above impacts are significant. However, it's submitted that the impact upon Frognall Farmhouse, the Tong Conservation Area and the Church of St Nicholas are especially profound. The language of the NPPF in describing the harms as less than substantial does not do justice to the real-world effects which the development would have on these nationally important heritage assets. It is submitted that there would need to be real and substantial public benefits to outweigh the identified harms. Moving on to archaeology. This topic was of concern to the Five Parishes Group, and Councillor Bonney again rendered her services to give evidence. The local area is steeped in pockets of archaeological significance. Indeed, the areas of the sites was described by Councillor Bonney as being known for dense archaeological potential. The inspector will recall being shown during the highways walk to the location of the roundabout, still under construction, at which the statue of Triton had been found. For a list of those finds that were of particular interest locally, Councillor Bonney sets them out in section 3 of her proof. The archaeological evidence provided by the applicant was only forthcoming during the inquiry. Bearing in mind the stage at which these applications were called in, this is surprising, and did make it difficult for the Five Parishes Group to engage with it as much as it would have wished to. Councillor Bonney was clear that she considered the whole approach to the physical investigation of the archaeology to have been rushed and not robust. Worse still, the locals considered that the approach taken was deliberate to reduce the possibility for proper research and consultation with the community. However, it is clear that the sites have potential for finds, some of which may be significant, to be uncovered, and in so doing, at further delays and costs to the scheme if it's built out. That in turn adds to the concerns about viability and deliverability, but also provides an incentive for those working on the scheme to not protect as closely as they could or should any fines, something which Councillor Bonney was clear she was concerned about in respect of the test trenching that was carried out during the inquiry. The inspector will recall Councillor Bonney's concerns about night walkers, later corrected to mean a reference to night hawks, those who attend sites under cover of dark and make off with fines without reporting them. The Five Parishes Group are concerned that, notwithstanding the views of the applicant in KCC, a far more detailed investigation is merited at the sites before the development should be permitted. Archaeology at the sites is the property of the local community, helping them to understand their past, the evolution of their settlement, and to preserve that for the future. There is a risk that this will all be lost, or simply buried under the new development if consent is granted, given the applicant's approach to date to the significance of this topic. Moving on to transport. Transport was a topic area in which both the Action Group and the Five Parishes Group called evidence in the form of Mr Bamber for the Action Group and Councillor Bonney for the Five Parishes Group in support of their shared concerns about the scheme. The inquiry received a significant amount of transport evidence during approximately 2 weeks of inquiry time. This included 2 days of useful, in the group's view, walking the proposed routes of the roads and being able to see or picture firsthand the scale and impact of the infrastructure being discussed. To set out a summary of all of that evidence in these closings would take far more time than would be proportionate for the inquiry to now take. So in what follows, the groups seek to draw out what they seek to be the key issues for the inspector to grapple with. The first set of issues are considered to be general points, with the latter sets being attributable to the southern site and then the northern site, and then finally the issue of the M2 junction 5A. General transport points. Mr Wilde gave evidence on behalf of the applicant and was very clear that the detail of the roads was a matter to come later. This is an outline application with the detail of the roads to come at the reserved matters stage. The groups remain of the view that this is simply not good enough for a scheme which is road-led and so heavily dependent on the roads coming forward. As such, the detail of this significant piece of infrastructure should, in the group's view, have been provided and formed part of the application submitted to the local planning authority. It was not, and this presents one of the key problems with this application. The inquiry is faced with dealing with a concept for the roads. The plans have been submitted effectively for illustrative purposes, and for all the disputes that arose during the evidence about what was proposed for the road, the simple answer is that the inquiry has no certainty as to what will eventually be proposed by way of a final detailed design. There are elements of this which clearly feed into the issue of viability, such as the cost of the embankments. Mr Wilde was very clear in his evidence that only limited exploration, geotechnical exploration, had been carried out in respect of what was required to support the earthwork structures when or if they were built out as per his concept. The groups have raised concerns about the ability to fit some of the road infrastructure within the red line boundary, in particular the embankment's access to the Southern Relief Road. Again, the response to this concerns the idea that the detail would come later. Mr Wilde's repeated assertions and evidence that if some element of his concept was to be considered deficient, it can be improved at a later stage. Discussed later in these closings is an issue that has arisen of a nature envisaged by the groups, where Mr Wilde's concept has not accurately plotted the boundary of Beck's Woods. Mr Wilde's assertions support Mr Bamber's view that the transport work that's been carried out is not comprehensive or robust to enable the inquiry to consider whether the overall approach that's been adopted by the applicant takes a sufficiently precautionary or robust approach, and whether the evidence is sufficiently satisfactory to reach a fully informed conclusion. In many cases, the inquiry has not been provided with sufficient information to allow it to make an informed judgment on whether the proposals would lead to severe transport impacts. For example, the form of the A2 or Woodstock Road, Gorecourt Road or Woodstock Road, Tunstall Road junctions, or the configuration of the Woodstock Road pedestrian cycle corridor, the configuration of the Highsted bus priority cycle pedestrian route, the details of the busway, whether or not it's securely fenced off, the details of bus and pedestrian access to Tenham Station, the impact on the rural lanes across the Kent Downs national landscape, and the rural lanes both within and adjacent to the application sites. The inquiry will recall the impassioned debate between Mr Bamber and Mr Wild concerning the interpretation of vision-led development. The applicant's interpretation is focused on aspiration but lacks, in the group's view, the necessary commitment to the provision for sustainable modes. Since no meaningful evidence has been produced to show how aspirations can be achieved, the approach that's been adopted amounts to wishful thinking. The measures that accompany this scheme are largely aimed at mitigating built-in severance, the separation of settlements and the impact of private cars. They do not constitute excellence or a paradigm shift. The proposals are firmly business as usual and do not meet the requirements of the latest version of the NPPF that seeks to provide the transport solutions that will deliver desired outcomes, for which the inspector should consider the definition of the vision-led approach in the NPPF glossary, which is as follows. An approach to transport planning based on setting outcomes for a development based on achieving well-designed, sustainable and popular places and providing the transport solutions to deliver those outcomes as opposed to predicting future demand to provide capacity, often referred to as predict and provide. Mr Wild suggested the potential future use of monitor and manage as a way to overcome uncertainty about the acceptability of the transport proposals as they currently exist. Apart from the uncertainty as to how such a measure would be funded and managed, this is not an acceptable approach since there needs to be certainty at this stage about the future availability of effective management measures. The need to be clear and precise about available management measures is made more urgent in the group's view because of the highly aspirational and unsubstantiated predictions of internalisation and sustainable mode share made by the applicant. Despite this need, the applicant offers only vague and generalised information about how the effects of failures to achieve aspirations could be mitigated in the future. In the group's submission, Mr Wild has presented no convincing argument to justify why he has used, as a starting point for his assessment of movements between the proposed site and Sittingbourne, mode shares observed in the Iwade-Kemsley area that include internal trips that are skewed by the fact that Kemsley is contiguous with Sittingbourne. Mr Bamber's evidence on this point is to be preferred. He has provided clear and incontrovertible evidence that Mr Wild's approach is flawed. In respect of the scheme's sustainable transport strategy, the groups consider that it is fundamentally undermined by the fact that the development has easy and direct vehicular access to high-capacity relief roads that link between a motorway and two major A roads. In this situation, it becomes extremely challenging, if not impossible, to make sustainable modes more attractive than the private car. No acceptable provision is proposed in respect of connectivity running from east to west. Further, the number of proposed junctions from the relief road seems to undermine, in the five parishes' view, the free flow of traffic that such roads are designed to facilitate. The applicant has made no allowance for induced traffic, despite the scheme providing a perfect storm of large uplifts in highway capacity within an already congested network. The applicant and highway authorities agreed to ignore induced traffic at an early stage, yet there was no evidence to justify this decision. Councillor Bonney, in her evidence, raised repeated concerns about what the chainage drawings showed and whether they accurately reflected the scale of the differences in height, and indeed the infrastructure required to bridge those differences and the gradients needed. Notwithstanding that this is a concept designed for the roads, the Five Parishes Group urged the inspector to consider the issues of the different levels across the site and what that means for the road infrastructure required in respect of costs for this route viability and impacts on the landscape. Having heard the transport evidence played out, both groups' concerns, as expressed by their witnesses in their written and oral evidence, remain in place. The southern site. The groups remain of the view that the initial form of the proposed development, dispersed and straddling the SRR, has not been informed by the principles of sustainable development. As per Mr Bamber's evidence, the members of the design review panel were not afforded the opportunity to suggest a more concentrated configuration of development or separate the development from the SRR to remove built-in severance. The addition of the busway and its subsequent possible transformation into an additional pedestrian and cycle route or unspecified future technological opportunity are testament to the lack of any clear vision for sustainable transport and the applicant's reactive attempts to overcome the weaknesses and failings of the development as far as sustainable travel is concerned. The possible provision of a busway should not detract from the fundamental problem of providing bus links between different parts of the proposed development and between the development and external areas, predominantly Sittingbourne, that can operate efficiently, provide any advantage over car travel and be viable into the future. As Councillor Bonney explained in her evidence, written and oral, considerable concern remains about the safety of the busway that forms part of this concept design. The inquiry will recall the HSE incident in Cambridge and the need to fence in the busway there. Clearly, there would be an issue in respect of this scheme should the busway need fencing in. The applicant has sought to downplay the severance effect of the SRR by arguing that the SRR will not represent a barrier to pedestrian movement. It remains the case that the SRR will carry high volumes of traffic, including over 1,400 HGVs per day. Even the attempt to make crossing easier by introducing a wide strip of land between the opposing carriageways through Oakwood adds further to the separation of the two halves of the settlement, introduces an isolated area likely to be perceived as threatening for some people, and creates problems of finding a way to widen single carriageways to avoid the risk of broken down vehicles blocking traffic. Active Travel England have raised concerns in respect of the road scheme, and these need to be considered. The applicants failed to present any effective way to suitably mitigate the severance effect of the A2 between the northern and southern sites. It's been shown very clearly that all of the proposed sustainable transport routes, Woodstock Road Corridor, Highsted Road Busgate, A2 cycle route, are heavily constrained, and there's been no evidence produced that provides confidence that the routes could serve as any kind of high quality facilities required to support the aspirational levels of sustainable travel that's been assumed as a basis for assessing potential transport impacts. Mr. Wilde suggested in his evidence that it does not matter whether his or Mr. Bamber's expectations about sustainable mode share are correct, on the basis that he claims that even with Mr. Bamber's less optimistic predictions, the level of traffic between the site and Sittingbourne would only change by 1%. This claim is not credible, and strongly suggests that Mr. Wilde's assumptions about internalisation and the distribution of external trips are fundamentally flawed. Indeed, if the level of movement between the site and Sittingbourne is so low that large changes in sustainable mode share make no difference, the likelihood of ever establishing viable bus services to cater for such low flows of people would be, as Mr. Bamber suggests, extremely low. The northern site. Whilst Mr. Wilde acknowledged that the A2 through Tenham is already subject to intermittent congestion, he maintained that the A2 will operate within capacity in 2038, despite significant additional traffic associated with background traffic growth, additional traffic, including many HGVs, using the A2 via the NRR, and additional traffic associated with the northern site. Mr. Wilde's position is not sustainable, and Mr. Bamber is justified in being concerned about the potential severe adverse impact on the A2 through Tenham and further east. If the inspector does consider it likely that the A2 through Tenham will become increasingly congested, there is a significant risk that drivers will increasingly use Lower Road to avoid this congestion. Not only does this raise highway safety concerns, but it undermines any attempt to promote Lower Road as an alternative cycle route between Sittingbourne and Faversham. No evidence has been presented to demonstrate that the problems for pedestrians and bus users accessing Tenham railway station can be overcome. The M2 Junction 5A. As was clear from Mr. Peters' evidence, DFT Circular 01/2022 is a material consideration in respect to this application. In Mr. Peters' words, there is, however, a clear presumption in paragraph 20 of DFT Circular 0122 against new connections where the principal has not been identified at the plan-making stage. This is the position that arises here in respect to the proposed Junction 5A. The proposal requires a deviation from policy, a decision that rests with the Secretary of State. National Highways sought clarification from the DFT about this issue, making a very clear request. Quotes, "I would welcome a confirmation or otherwise that the Secretary of State agrees to a policy deviation on the basis that further detailed information is received from the applicant prior to any Highways Act consent decision." The DFT's response could not be less helpful to both the applicant and National Highways if it tried. The DFT could, bearing in mind that DFT Circular 0122 is a material consideration, have provided a preliminary view as to whether a deviation might be appropriate in the circumstances outlined by National Highways. That would have assisted the inquiry in considering DFT 0122. However, the response refused to engage with the request, explaining, "I can confirm that ministers have considered your request and reviewed all relevant information, including noting council advice in this matter. Consistent with that advice and mindful of the quasi-judicial role the Secretary of State for HCLG adopts in the planning system, it would not be appropriate for the department to comment on the merits of either of the schemes, including but not limited to their relationship to DFT Circular 01/2022. The DFT were not being asked to comment on the merits of the schemes, but to indicate whether it considered that an exemption could be granted if more detailed information was provided by the applicant. As it stands, therefore, the inquiry is left in a clear position of uncertainty concerning whether or not the proposed Junction 5A will come forward, even if consent is granted." This was a point raised by Mr Ainsworth, a former official within the DFT and subsequently the Highways Agency, who was responsible for precisely this area of government policy. The inspector is invited to refresh her memory of Mr Ainsworth's speaking notes when considering Circular 01/2022. The points he makes are valid, and clearly a deviation from the policy is unlikely in the circumstances of Junction 5A. This is a huge problem for a road-led scheme such as this, where the proposed new connection to the SRN is clearly needed in order for the scheme to function as envisaged by the applicant and in order to deliver the claimed benefits. All of those factors point to a high risk, even at this outline stage, of a proposal along the lines of Mr Wild's concept design, which would create the types of scenarios that MPPF paragraph 116 aims to prevent. Ultimately, it's the locals who have the clear day-to-day experience as to how their local road, network, I think I should say, works, and their parts of the strategic road network operates, and how they see the problems that will arise from this concept design. Councillors Bonney and Speed have set out the majority of the local concerns within their proofs of evidence and spoke to those when they came to give their oral evidence. Many of the transport concerns raised by the groups overlap into other topic areas, as is also the case in respect of viability, such as landscape harm, air quality impacts and ecology. These are all points for the inquiry to consider and are no less valid to those raised by qualified and specialist planning or other expert witnesses. There has to remain a concern about the impacts of the development in respect of its ability to meet MPPF 116. Permission granted for the northern scheme only. It's possible that permission might be granted for the northern scheme, but not the southern scheme. If it is, then the action group fears that this would be devastating. There would be devastating consequences for Tenham on the basis that without the SRR, traffic would be funneled along the A2, causing congestion, safety risks and air quality deterioration.
I think, Mr Barnes, we might have a break there. Sure you'll be pleased about that, to rest your voice for a few minutes. So we will have a break until 4:15, please. Thank you. It is now 4:15, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And we're on public rights of way, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you very much, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, the inquiry dealt with this issue by way of a roundtable session, and the inspectors had the benefit of experiencing the footpaths that would be affected by this scheme and been made aware of the local groups that use and value those paths and the local businesses that benefit from them. The scheme will fundamentally change the form, character and charm of the existing public right-of-way network and adversely impact on the enjoyment of the countryside that is so valued locally. None of the mitigation proposed can be said to fully mitigate the impacts, and as per Mr. Rustling's for KCC's conclusion, quotes, the distancing of the existing residents of Sittingbourne from the surrounding countryside is an inevitable consequence of the application should they be consented. A failure to provide grade-separated crossing points for the SSRR and retain a grade-separated crossing at the proposed M2 junction would in effect sever the network. The landscape user experience, amenity and enjoyment are diminished. Cumulatively, the harms are irreversible, significant and enduring. In the abstract, and based on the documents submitted by the applicant, it was not clear visually as to how the footpaths were to be disrupted by the development. That was why the Five Parishes Group produced overlay plans clearly showing this that were provided to KCC and now form inquiry documents. It remains unclear to the Five Parishes Group as to what is proposed in respect of ZR185 and ZR208. The former was originally to be diverted, the latter lost completely. The Five Parishes Group shares Active Travel England's concerns in respect of the negative impact that the SRR will have on the public rights of way. Moving on now to ecology and landscape. To a degree, these topics are interlinked within the local mindset, and rightly so. Councillor Bonney gave evidence on behalf of the Five Parishes Group in respect of both topics. Despite not being an expert, her evidence provided a first-hand and local appreciation of what is valued locally in terms of ecology and landscape, and set out some key areas of concern. Her evidence is not taken from a desktop study or a short field trip. It is based on a lifetime spent living locally. The first point of concern that was raised in evidence by the Five Parishes Group and remains a concern at the close of this inquiry concerns the introduction of this scheme into a sensitive landscape setting. The scheme impacts on an area of high landscape value at the southern end of Sittingbourne down to the Highsted Valley, with the settlement currently to be found in and around the site having been developed in response to the landscape over the centuries. This is reflected in the character areas that can be found in the designated conservation areas, including the Tong Conservation Area and the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area, both dealt with in detail in the heritage hearings. The inquiry will recall the debate that was had concerning the Thomas à Becket Spring and the Bapchild Spring and whether or not it was a chalk stream or a probable chalk stream. The Five Parishes Group has been adamant from the outset that a chalk stream exists here and that it has not been taken into account in the design of the scheme. This view is supported by the results of the North Kent Chalk Stream Survey. From the applicant's point of view, it seems that the nature of the stream was simply not considered. When it was raised that it was a chalk stream, that was not accepted, despite Mr. Baxter agreeing in cross-examination that it showed a number of features expected of a chalk stream up until it reached the area of wet woodland discussed by Councillor Bonney, also a feature of a chalk stream habitat. The inquiry now has a note from Aspect Ecology, in which the applicant's final position in respect of the stream appears to be, well, it doesn't matter as to whether it's a chalk stream or not. Its value has been assessed. The note, and Mr. Baxter in his evidence, failed to grapple in any detail with the assessment of the stream by the South East Rivers Trust, simply claiming that the result of the survey is ambiguous. The inspector is invited to revisit the South East Rivers Trust survey results, and to the Five Parishes Group it is far from ambiguous. This is clearly a chalk stream that can be restored, and as such is to be considered a rare and valued habitat, albeit a limited stretch of the stream that should be preserved and protected. The applicant does not even come close to doing so in its proposal for this scheme. That is unsurprising, given it did not seem to recognise the existence of a chalk stream or even a probable chalk stream at this location. There is another chalk stream close to Lower Road, both in the five parishes' view, are put at risk by this scheme through overdevelopment around them, disrupting the natural groundwater-fed flow, and the risk of contamination from drainage from the scheme, as well as being at risk of increased erosion and flooding. All of this would be detrimental to these valued and sensitive habitats and the flora and fauna that would and should make use of them. Neither stream has been considered in the ES, but both appear in the South East Rivers Trust survey and map. At the conclusion of the planning evidence, the five parishes group was asked by the inspector to clarify what chalk streams were being referred as being of concern. A note was provided on the 16th of October 2025, setting out which streams were being referred to and summarising the evidence received by the inquiry to identify why the five parishes group considered that they had not been afforded proper consideration by the applicants. Another area of concern related to the contamination of the Kent Science Park and whether or not sufficient regard had been had to the impacts that could be caused to the local hydrology as well as the ancient woodlands. The inquiry will recall the evidence of how the site was used by Shell before it was redeveloped, evidence which came from Councillor Bonney as well as one of the third-party speakers who had been employed at the site and had first-hand knowledge of what types of contamination had gone onto and into the ground whilst he worked there. Further, it was an issue raised earlier on through the SERDA objection. The five parishes group is not reassured by the hastily prepared note of the 12th of June prepared by Ecologia, the conclusion of which appears to be, as with Mr Wilde, that detailed investigation can occur at a later stage once consent is granted. However, the five parishes' position is that this is a matter that should and could be investigated now, given the need for certainty that this scheme can be delivered without causing environmental harm by disturbing experimental chemical contamination and potentially impact further on viability. The ancient woodland at Highsted Woods and Bexwoods were also raised by Councillor Bonney as a concern during her evidence, notably in respect of the risk of contamination to the woodland should soil be moved from Kent Science Park during the development, and the loss of part of Bexwoods due to Mr Wilde's concept design not fully appreciating the boundary of the ancient woodlands. This was later confirmed by the Aspect Ecology in their note, quotes, "It is flagged that transport drawing number 16023-2011D, general arrangement sheet," and this, I won't read out the rest of the reference, currently shows an incorrect boundary for Bexwood, and accordingly its location is not shown fully accurately. This plan should be amended to show the ground-truthed boundary of Bexwood. At the conclusion of the planning evidence, the inspector also requested information about Duke's Shaw.
Just on that issue of Bexwood, I thought that the final conclusion was that the Bexwood would be unaffected by the...
Could you repeat that? I'm just looking at Mr Pereira's closings for tomorrow. It looks like
Oh wait, we should be listening to this.
10 years to read it. Sorry.
So Bexwood,
Yeah.
I thought that the conclusion was that originally it was shown to, part of that little end bit was shown to go under the proposed
But in fact,
road.
there's no contact.
But I thought that the final conclusion was that Bexwood would remain unaffected.
Correct. That's correct.
If it assists, Madam, I did some cross-examination on that, and I think the problem is when you look at the plans, when they're printed out, they're actually massive. And when you zoom in on a laptop, it looks as though something is taken from Bexwood. And then following their note, they've clarified that there is no land take of ancient woodland in Bexwood.
That's correct. There was a back and forth, wasn't there, over the...
There was a back and forth.
Over the plans, and we put in a note on it. But you've correctly summarised where we got to.
Yeah, thank you, Marma. I'll leave that point for you to consider.
Well, I mean, that was the evidence, so... But anyway, okay, thank you.
At the conclusion of the planning evidence, the inspector also requested information about Duke's Shaw. A note was provided by the five parishes group setting out information about Duke's Shaw that is available within the public domain, and as discussed in both the council and applicant's evidence. In effect, Duke's Shaw should be considered as a historic woodland dating from the mid-18th century, albeit now bisected by the M2. Ms Miller for the council recognised in her proof that Duke Shore referred to by her as the Shore as a landscape feature that is wholly consistent and representative of the Kent Downs National Landscape and a named feature on historic OS maps. In Ms Miller's view, the mitigations proposed by the applicant to the M2 motorway junction would effectively subsume Duke Shore through extensive woodland planting, resulting in it no longer being as visually legible as a historic shore. The removal or subsumation of Duke Shore could result in disruption to the wider landscape. In addition to the landscape harms, the inquiry will need to consider carefully and balance the impacts that the scheme will have on protected species, such as bats, curlews, skylarks, badgers, newts and dormice, all of which have been identified through evidence given by the Five Parishes Group and the Council. This will require consideration in the Five Parishes view and assessment of the cumulative effects of the recent grants of permission for solar farms at Pitstock Farm and Vigo Lane. Further, the inquiry has the benefit of the late Mrs Avery's notes of the flora she identified as finding locally, some of it rare and of interest. Whilst the applicant's witness claimed in cross-examination to have considered that information, it's clear that his assessment was made during cross-examination. He claimed that the evidence was deficient in respect of Mrs Avery's failure to record locations. However, it's clear from her notes that she did record broad locations as to where she had cited items of interest. What is proposed by this scheme is wholly unacceptable and a form of ecological vandalism on a vast scale in a single concentrated area within a sensitive ecological landscape, all seemingly sold to the Secretary of State as being a proposal that will have an overriding benefit in meeting the government's housing target, albeit that it is clearly unviable and will not make any notable contribution to the amount of housing needed to be built by 2029 in order to meet that target. Moving on to landscape impacts. With regard specifically to landscape impacts, both groups raise objections. In his evidence, Councillor Speed explained that residents objected to the proposals on the basis of a loss of open countryside and the closing of important local countryside gaps. He also stated that residents were concerned about the degradation of areas of high landscape value and changes to the setting of the Kent Downs National Landscape. The Five Parishes raised similar concerns. In her evidence, Councillor Bonney drew particular attention to the adverse impacts on the dark night skies and overall tranquillity of the Kent Downs National Landscape, and she also described in detail the importance of the fruit belt. Further, the inspector had the benefit of a nighttime visit to assess the visibility to and from the national landscape. In their community objections submitted on behalf of Bapchild, Redgar, Milstead and Rodmersham Parish Councils, CERDA planning consultants stated that the MPPF could not be more explicit about the protection given to AONBs, now national landscapes, and consideration of impacts on these areas. Paragraph 189 of the MPPF states that great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty in national landscapes, which had the highest status of protection. Paragraph 190 states that when considering applications for development within national landscapes, permission should be refused for major development other than in exceptional circumstances and where it can be demonstrated that the development is in the public interest. At a local level, CERDA state that DM 24 of the local plan echoes the requirements of the MPPF. Drawing upon the review of landscape impacts by consultants Red Kite, CERDA concludes that the proposal would result in significant harm to the national landscape as a result of the introduction of substantial new highways infrastructure within the national landscape itself and major scale development within its immediate setting, both of which would fail to meet the key planning policy tests of conserving and enhancing the landscape and scenic beauty of the national landscape upon which great weight is placed. CERDA also assessed the impacts upon areas of high landscape value, including the fruit belt, noting that the character of these areas is unique, with an open and undeveloped character linking it to the national landscape, where undeveloped ridges give a real sense of a scenic and tranquil landscape. They drew attention to the precious nature of the fruit belt, noting that the Swale Landscape Character and Biodiversity Appraisal 2011 describes it as one of the most productive agricultural areas in Kent due to the fine loam soils and favourable climatic conditions. With regards to the proposed mitigation planting, they state that in order to be effective, the quantum of planting necessary would need to be of such significance that it's able to screen views of the development throughout all seasons, and this would introduce a landscape of planting alien to the existing open character. They conclude that the scale of development proposed would, for all intents and purposes, wipe out this area of high landscape value. With regard to BMV agricultural land, CERDA state that the combined loss of BMV through the two applications is likely to be in the region of 550 hectares of grade 1, 2 and 3A agricultural land. And the loss of such a large area of land to agricultural use is not something that can be reversed once development begins or mitigated in any way. The relevant local plan policy, DM31, is restrictive. The supporting text explains that the policy aims to safeguard this important resource, which is recognised as a national resource for the future. It's submitted that this links back to the very definition of sustainable development in the NPPF, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The landscape impacts in this case are serious, multiple and irreversible. There's no dispute that the proposed motorway junction would be major development within the national landscape, and it's submitted that the harm is not outweighed by the purported benefits of the scheme. Moving on to impacts upon health services and schools. Councillor Speed's evidence was that there was already limited availability of GP appointments in the area, and the number of patients per GP in Swale is among the highest in the country. With regard to schools, he stated that the community were concerned about pressure on primary school places, secondary school admissions, and in particular a lack of SEND capacity. Councillor Bonney's evidence was that healthcare facilities and schools in Sittingbourne are struggling to accommodate existing demands on their services, and Swale currently has high levels of deprivation in Sittingbourne and on the Isle of Sheppey, and one of the worst GP to patient ratios in the country. She submitted to the inquiry a document providing an overview of NHS GP ratios, showing that Sittingbourne has a 41% higher patient load per GP than the national average. Following the Section 106 roundtable session, the Action Group is disappointed to see a reduction in the contribution towards NHS acute care in the Northern Scheme in order to increase the level of affordable housing. Both acute care provision and affordable housing are essential components of sustainable development, and it's unclear how the NHS funding gap will be filled. The groups welcomed the recent submission from NHS Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board, confirming that a £3 million index-linked acute care contribution has been agreed with the applicant for the Northfleet Harbourside planning application. This shows that such a contribution is capable of meeting the SIL tests. The impacts of these schemes upon local services has the potential to be hugely detrimental and should be carefully considered through the plan-making process. Air quality. This was a topic addressed by Mr. Harris-Smith on behalf of the Action Group. Mr. Harris-Smith is not a qualified expert in air quality issues, but as he explained in his proof of evidence and during the roundtable session, he has a keen interest in the real-world impacts and linkages of local planning, road traffic and pollution. Clearly, the introduction of the scheme, including the major road infrastructure, would result in an increase in pollution, and as such a reduction in air quality locally to the disbenefit of those who currently live and work in the local area, as well as those residents who would be expected to move into the new development should it ever be built. Off-site mitigation, as proposed, provides no real-life protection or mitigation for those who will experience the deterioration in air quality at the site. His evidence, whilst not expert in nature, explains the concerns that the Action Group has about the impacts posed by the scheme, particularly in respect of Tenham and the exacerbation in the deterioration of the local air quality to the detriment of those who currently live and work in the area and those who will move into Highsted Park if it's consented. In the Action Group's view, this clearly will result in an exceedance of the 2028 interim target for PM 2.5. Again, his approach to this has not been through desktop studies or limited first-hand knowledge of the area, but through his experience as a resident and jogger and from the research he's carried out. His approach will have to be given some weight in the inspector's considerations and should not simply be put to one side on the basis that he has no professional qualifications. Section 106. The inquiry is aware that the groups have been reliant on public funding in order to participate fully in this inquiry. This is often a point that is overlooked in planning inquiries generally. Often, in order to engage fully with proceedings such as these, Rule 6 parties often feel the need to engage professional representation and assistance in order to make the points heard and understood. Here, given the scale of the inquiry, which the groups suspect that none of the parties involved appreciated, public funding has been stretched to breaking points. As such, where it is considered that the groups felt they could and should raise their concerns for discussion at the roundtable sessions, costs were saved by direct engagement with the inquiry and diverted elsewhere, including to cover these additional days. However, this has not been easy and could have been far easier. In the group's view, the late provision of a finalish Section 106 has provided little time for considered review and comments from the groups, and the seemingly endless changes to the drafting before the inquiry, often appearing to be ad hoc in nature and demonstrating an apparent lack of thought about the issues by the applicant, has made this a very slippery eel to grasp indeed. Appended to these closings are some comments prepared on behalf of the 5 parishes group, setting out their remaining concerns about the 106, which Councillor Bonney will speak to in a minute. In conclusion, both groups are grateful for being allowed to participate in this inquiry as Rule 6 parties. The evidence they provided will helpfully assist the inspector in understanding more about what they value locally and the adverse impacts this scheme will bring, which in their view clearly outweigh any of the claimed benefits put forward by the applicant. As set out in the combined opening submissions made on behalf of the groups, the scale of what is proposed introduces into an area of Kent countryside and dispersed small settlements an unacceptable urban development of up to 8,400 dwellings. It will result in significant and irreversible harm in almost every way a development can. It is almost a paradigm example of a poorly thought out planning proposal for the area the applicant plans to locate it in. It seeks to bring forward a proposal more suited to a local plan allocation and does so on a speculative basis in the knowledge it would be unlikely to pass a local plan process and be acceptable. If the sites are to be developed in the way currently proposed, then the natural and historical features and uses through which generations have worked and understood the area will be gone forever. The loss of valuable agricultural, food-producing land is not something that the country can afford at this time, if at all. The transport impacts will result in misery for those using the local road network. The blight this proposal will have on the landscape and lives of those who live and work here is extreme. There is no clear evidence that the scheme is viable or deliverable. KCC have expressed clear concerns that the roads cannot and will not be delivered under the applicant's approach, and as a road-led scheme to allow outline planning permission to be granted without the detail needed for the roads that support and drive the proposal, risks permission being granted for a scheme that ultimately will not come forward and has huge potential to stall and blight this area of Kent. It's clear from what KCC have said in evidence that they do not have the funding to be able to step in and rescue this. It is submitted that the tilted balance is not engaged because there are strong reasons for refusing permission due to the effects upon areas or assets of particular importance pursuant to footnote 7 of paragraph 11D1 of the NPPF. With respect to the northern site, this is due to impacts upon heritage assets, namely Frognall Farmhouse and the Tong Conservation Area. With respect to the southern site, this is due to the impacts of the motorway junction upon the national landscape and the loss of ancient woodland. It is submitted that these are strong reasons in their own right, and more so when seen in the context of a scheme which has not been demonstrated to be deliverable and is made on a speculative basis. The strength and feeling about this development within the community has been truly exceptional. Councillor Speed's evidence sets out a detailed breakdown of the level of opposition within the community to both schemes. Whilst the planning process is not a popularity contest, it is submitted that these schemes do not represent the views and aspirations of the people who live in the area. In line with paragraph 9 of the NPPF, local circumstances, the character, needs and opportunities in this area should be reflected through planning policies, not speculative development. The recommendation to the Secretary of State should be one of refusal, with the Secretary of State agreeing to that recommendation and refusing permission for both applications. Ma'am, unless you have any questions, that concludes my submissions.
Whoops, put that on. Right, thank you. So, can we just...
So, Ma'am, would you like to hear?
I'm not saying that. I know you are, yeah. I just would rather you didn't chat in the middle of the
Sorry,
submissions.
didn't mean to.
No? Well, thank you. Let's listen to everybody. Right, Miss Bonnie, yes, you're next. Thank you.
Sorry, I was too eager.
No, well, yeah. You carry on.
Okay, thank you, Mum. So this is my addendum, representations drafted by the 5 parishes group following the section on the 106 round table. I'm Councillor Monique Bonney. Comments on ID 194 and ID 195, the proposed junction locations, the maps that were emailed to us last night to be included in the section 106 agreement. Please see below our comments on the maps that are presented. Both maps seem to be significantly out of date and didn't reflect the finalised position of the transport layout and parameter plans. ID 194, proposed junctions location, north, and proposed definition of transport monitoring report. Junction Y, local accesses, seem to be included, which aren't key to the functioning of the Northern Relief Road. ID 195, proposed junctions location, south, and proposed definition of transport monitoring. There are a number of selected rural lane connections identified. We are unsure why only a selection of rural lanes have been included and question whether any should be included. Junction A shows Beaky. Do you remember Beaky?
Right, is this
Yes.
the previous design of the junction?
Yes.
Yes.
Being the design for the M2 junction 5A, it's now superseded. Junction H, there is no junction here at Ruins Barn Road. Viability reassessment from the section 106 discussions. 1. In Chris Gardner's viability evidence, which is CD 42.8.1, PDF page 49, paragraph 8.1.10, I'm aware that a section 106 review mechanism is being sought by Swale Borough Council in the event that the schemes are not policy compliant. I've not seen the current drafts of the review mechanism, which are yet to be uploaded on the inquiry website. Once the draft mechanism has been uploaded, I will seek comment on the review mechanism in relation to the requirements of the PPG on viability, that's CD 1611, which states, where contributions are reduced below the requirements set out in policies to provide flexibility at early stages of a development, there should be a clear agreement on how policy compliance can be achieved over time, as a potential risk to developers is already accounted for in the assumptions for the developer return in viability assessment. Realisation of risk does not in itself necessitate further viability assessment or trigger a review mechanism. Review mechanisms are not a tool to protect the developer, but to strengthen the local authority's ability to seek compliance with relevant policies over the lifetime of the project. That's paragraph 9. In CD 42.8.4, PDF page 20, paragraph 11.1, I've still not been provided the proposed section 106 viability review mechanism. I retain the right to provide commentary on the review mechanism at a later date once I've been provided with the latest draft. Our comments on the review mechanism as drafted in the section 106, it says base build costs definition should be the lower quartile BCIS, both referenced in Spilsbury evidence and the Gardner evidence. Reflecting on the discussion, we are now of the view that indexed link definition should be removed and the mechanism should be changed. Instead, we think, with regards to both the north and south sites, that the review mechanism should be based on actual land sales of serviced residential, commercial and neighbourhood land. This would simplify the review mechanism and means it is not based on a hypothetical assessment using indices, etc. 4. Master developer makes their money from selling serviced land to the market. But as currently drafted, the review mechanism does not give you the opportunity to understand the actual land sale receipts the master developer receives, and therefore the scheme's true viability position. Instead, the current drafting uses hypothetical appraisals and judgment of viability, instead of it just being based on the money stroke sales receipts the applicant stroke master developer is paid stroke due. We think actual sales receipts is a better approach and meets the requirement of the MPPF 59. As currently drafted, the council will not even get the opportunity from the review mechanism to assess the value growth of the land, as it is fixed at the value now with an index based on agricultural land. It's actually commercial land, or will be. The neighbourhood land is not even in the review mechanism. The land sale receipt method means any money received by the master developer from any parcels of land they deliver themselves could be estimated based on comparable assessment of land parcels they have sold to developers. In relation to both sites, the issue we have is the final trigger point. The final trigger should be as close to the end of the development to capture as much enhancement in value as possible. Typically, final trigger points are around 95% or 100% with a time limit of X years after the start date on site. The northern site has only one trigger at 51%. This is really weak. We would like to see the triggers at 51% and 95%. On the southern site, the currently drafted triggers are for 25%, 50% and 70%. As discussed, the idea of 75% or 80% trigger point, this would occur years before the scheme would complete. For a 20-year delivery, this would be circa 5 years before completion. You are therefore missing out on a substantial amount of potential growth, e.g. 5 years worth. The council will never have the ability to capture the value enhancement as the review mechanism has been completed at 75%. 5 years of growth can be substantial. For example, just 2% of growth in values over 5 years is 10.41% growth in values. We would therefore like the trigger, the fourth trigger, at 95%. With regards to the definition of master developer costs, the definition is very open-ended and should be tightened. Master developer costs should only relate to construction costs, activity that is incurred by the master developer in creating that development. Service neighbourhood land. This is not in the agreement. It should be included. And based on actual land values sold, Mr. Mitford Slade agreed that there was a value to this land at £500,000 per gross acre. Chris Gardner, in CD 42.8.1, paragraph 8.110, and CD 42.8.4, section of his rebuttal, 50% sharing 50% of the surplus with the developer would argue means the review mechanism does not comply with the PPG, which states review mechanisms are not a tool to protect the developer, but to strengthen the authorities and seek compliance. Sorry, there's a bit of a repetition there. What the above means is that the council, to meet full compliance, a scheme would need to perform 50% better. In effect, the scheme would need to be viable at 50% more than policy compliant level in order to be viable at the policy compliance level. E.g., to get to 40%, the scheme would in fact need to be viable at 60%, not just the 40% level. The applicant receives all this extra super profit margin, which should be used to strengthen the local authorities' ability to seek policy compliance. The key principles, the final viability review must occur before practical completion or on first sale of occupational units in the final residential phase, and before the first lease or sale of the last commercial plot. So I was given an example. If you looked at another trigger there, sorry, this is to capture any residual value uplift, secure final compliance with relevant planning policies, review mechanisms that do not protect the developer profit, and they must ensure local authority compliance throughout the development life cycle. Thoughts on the discussion on education. The suggestion that should Meadowfield be unable to accommodate, the provision will be made in the SRPSs across the borough does not address how SEND will actually be provided.
Sorry, what are SRPS?
A special...
Registered provider? No.
Yeah, I didn't define it. I'll give you a definition. Special... was it education? No, that's special education. I'll find you the definition. Yeah, that's it. Specialist resource, that's the one. Specialist resource provision across the borough does not address how SEND will actually be provided. By definition, the special resource will be a programme or facility located within a mainstream school that offers a specialised curriculum and environment for a small number of students with SEND. This would not meet the ability of pupils with profound, severe and complex needs, PSCN, to which Meadowfield caters. And I give you a reference to that because I specifically brought up Meadowfield. Regarding Section 106 school provisions, the inability to determine determine which of the 3 FE primaries or 2 FE stroke 3 FE split is to be delivered is in conflict with the development phasing plan. Based on the development structuring and phasing, there will be a necessity for parents to travel from one end of the south development to the other to deliver children to schools. The further drafting error that led to the confusion over 2 FE or 3 FE being delivered as the first school underlines the lack of coordinated thinking of what, where and for whom. It also undermines viability and cash flows for the scheme. Further, the shortfall of community sports space in the north and suggestion of a CUA, which is a community use agreement at the school for the north, to deliver sports facilities will result in floodlighting and increased visual blight to the surrounding properties. We're also concerned this community space will not be an open access, only to be used on a shared facility basis. NHS facilities stroke contribution for the Section 106. The Highsted Park developers refuse to fully fund the healthcare while Sittingbourne GP crisis deepens. On Monday, it was clear that the scheme cannot deliver both affordable housing and adequate healthcare. The Secretary of State is now being asked to decide whether to deprive the NHS of essential funding or cut affordable housing numbers to make the scheme stack up financially. The developers are contesting the acute care provision. On Monday, we challenged the ICB/NHS, who admitted to the public inquiry they had no plan or funding to improve GP provision in Sittingbourne. How then can the decision maker be assured that the new services to serve the incoming community? NHS's own evidence confirms that Sittingbourne now has just one full-time GP for every 3,175 patients, compared to the national average of 2,247, far beyond the safe working ratio of 1,800 per GP recommended by the Royal College of General Practitioners. By contrast, the proposed Highsted Park development would add thousands of new residents, approximately 22,200, yet the applicant is resisting calls to contribute fully to the primary or acute healthcare funding through the Section 106 agreement. We find this a wholly unacceptable position.
Just in respect of the primary healthcare, they are proposing to cater for their new population, aren't they?
So the problem is, and I will pick up on it on the information that's just come in, is if it is a north-only scheme, there is either a contribution. It's not a fully funded. The ICB admitted they need the equity, which is what I referred to the other day, to make up, to have that facility up and running.
Yes, but the funding gap is because of the fact that that will be for people outside of the development. It wouldn't. The needs of the development would be covered by the contribution, as I understand it.
But the size of the facility that you have to build. Yes,
that's right.
So would the facility be up and running?
I see. Okay.
And built out?
That's your point.
That's the point.
Okay.
You may contribute a small amount of money, but if the NHS cannot make that happen for whatever reason, that's a disaster.
Thank you.
So the key facts are the GP ratio, as I mentioned, is 3,175. The Swale average is 2,707 patients, and the national average is 2,247. And as I said, the safe working ratio that's recommended is 1,800. The applicant's current proposals provide no guaranteed funding as such for the GP premises, i.e. to be up and running, and the acute care capacity in Sittingbourne before completion of the first homes. This scheme was promoted as an infrastructure-led, yet the inspector and ultimately the Secretary of State are in an impossible and an immoral trade-off. Affordable homes or access to a doctor/NHS services. Both are essential. If a scheme of this scale can't afford to fund the basic healthcare contributions in a timely fashion, then it simply isn't deliverable or sustainable. If the developers won't pay, then the government must cough up. The condition on sustainable movement /transport corridor and the Section 106 fails to consider in the concept design the impact of the busway /sustainable corridor, especially having regard to the recent health and safety prosecution of Cambridgeshire County Council. And it demonstrates that if novel transport systems are enacted, they must have due regard for health and safety legislation at the earliest design concept stage. We cannot see any evidence this has been assessed. We would also like a condition that ensures any new busway or sustainable transport movement corridor method that must comply with health and safety legislation. During the discussion of the sustainable transport corridor, it was apparent that the applicant was seeking to split off the sustainable corridor from the delivery of the road. Any attempt to do this would undermine costs, cash flows, viability and sustainability. We would like to see either the condition or the Section 106 wording include a clause that prevents the sustainable movement corridor from being separated from the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road.
Okay.
And so in addition, obviously we've had the latest NHS, which during the reading of our closing statements I've managed to have a brief look at. And I think the question you asked me is absolutely pertinent to that evidence that's come in this morning from the NHS, which was asked for by the other group. And what it shows is an extensive table of developer contributions for other schemes where money has been required to be put into local NHS facilities. If you look through the Excel sheet, and I have had a very quick cursory glance through, there's very few that allocate money to Sittingbourne, and especially this side of Sittingbourne, central Sittingbourne to the southeast side of Sittingbourne. And there are a number, there's a few there that actually have no amounts attached to them. And the amounts that we're talking about in that table are relatively small. We're talking 20, 30, 40,000 pounds. there is a large gap, equity gap, in order to pay for that north-only site. And we would need to consider as well the timing of those contributions, of which there doesn't seem to be very many, is our view. So I think it only goes to enforce our views and comments around our scepticism on the delivery of those facilities and the uncertainty that hole in the cash flow provides.
That's of the healthcare facility.
Yes, yeah.
I see. Okay. Okay. So, just going back over your various comments.
Yeah.
On the one that's a little bit concerning is this one at the beginning about Mr. Gardner looking at the section 106 and providing more information on the viability review, because obviously if that happens once the inquiry's closed, then it's difficult to know how it's going to be managed.
Well, that was at the time he was giving evidence and he was writing his rebuttals. We obviously got our draft of our section 106. I've gone back to him yesterday, and so what I've given you is an updated position on where we think traditionally, when you look at negotiating a viability clause, they can take up to a year. I'm reliably informed by not more than one party. They can take a long time, and we've kind of been forced into a position here where the applicant has not come with a section 106 in hand at the beginning of the inquiry, and we've had to react to that. So I've done the best that I can in the time that we've got to turn it around and give you our views, and really is to make clear that what we don't want is airy-fairy clauses. We want to nail down certainty as to what could be achieved through those viability reassessments.
Just to say, sorry to interrupt, that there was a suggestion that somehow I think Councillor Bonney and her group have been cornered or something into a sort of time-pressured response. And I know we did mention this yesterday or the day before, maybe and the day before. The affordable housing schedule and the 106 has been published online and shared to Rule 6 parties, we think, since May. And so the idea that if what she's saying, and I'm not sure, is that somehow they've just simply not been in a position to look at it or to comment the last, what is that, a few months or whatever, then it's just not, it's not factually correct to suggest that. And I mentioned exactly this in cross-examination to her viability witness, who said that he'd not been sent it, and that confused us because it was online. And this is the schedule where you may remember, as I think we've reported.
Yeah, but sorry, that's not right, is it? Because in the schedule that we considered, whenever we discussed, was it May or whenever, there wasn't a schedule. It just says.
No. I know what you're saying. The original one didn't have the affordable housing schedule.
That was when we discussed it. So when you
the May date that I need to get the date, but it was around May that the affordable housing schedule was itself published. In addition to that, the reason that this was the schedule, the affordable housing schedule.
Yeah, but blank on the.
No. I'm aware that the original one didn't. I'm aware of that.
But we haven't had another discussion on affordable housing since then.
It was published on the inquiry. It was circulated and published at the time of the viability evidence. I'll get the dates. This came up during the cross-examination of Mr. Gardner, the Rule 6 party's affordable housing witness. I asked him, have you looked at the review mechanisms? And he said that he'd not seen them. And then we had a back and forth along these lines. So I'll get the date now, but just to confirm that and I'll see whether I'll do an email search to try and find the date that it was posted originally. But not just the original 106 that didn't show an affordable housing schedule, but the affordable housing schedule has been available for months. The reason, well, I'm not going to
tell me when.
I'll get a date. Yeah, we'll do.
So Mr. Gardner was asked whether he'd seen the review mechanisms, and he hadn't. But they hadn't been published at that time, or they?
No, they had. By the time he gave his oral evidence, they had been. I will stop talking and just check the dates.
Right.
So,
I
think the answer. I think the answer is that if you look, or if everybody looks, or if you look at the core document list as of now, where it's got dates on it. Oh, I've just lost it. Hang on, sorry. Core doc.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Thanks.
Was it inquiry?
I'm sorry, yeah, core documents rather than inquiry documents. Yep. And if you turn to volume 35, sorry, the volume 35, which is on page 54.
35.
So it's CD 35 is the volume, and then if you just have a look before I ask you to click on anything, if you just have a look at the titles of the different things. So starting at 35.12, if you just don't click on it, but just look at the index.
Hang on a minute then. Yeah.
Okay, so you've got North and South, 35.12 and 13, and those are the ones that go up on the website in May.
Okay.
You've then got North and South published, well, go up on the website in June. I'd said May because they are May documents if you click on them, but it looks like they went up in June. In any event, those are the ones I had in mind when I said May, so I was wrong. But those ones went up in, whenever it says, the 25th of June.
Which one's the, what number?
I've just lost it, sorry, 35.
Say May?
Sorry, no, the ones that say June, 35 point...
14 and 15.
14 and 15, yeah. And those are the ones I was referring to just now when I said since May. So
they've got the schedules in them, haven't
correct.
they? I'm sure you're right. But the thing is, when were they put on the website?
That's the date. They're May documents. Sorry to be confusing. The documents themselves are May documents, but they were put on the website in June.
Let's see.
And just to square the circle, sorry, just give me a moment.
Point 14 and 15.
Yeah. Mr. Gardner gave his evidence in July.
So they were up before he gave his evidence.
Exactly, and this is just to, we did go over this back and forth over this exact, he said, I've not been sent them. I said, well, they're up online, and so it went. But it's true to say, I think, that he didn't give any evidence on them at the time during his oral evidence, because it wasn't fair to ask him, because he'd not read them, and I don't think he'd even been sent them. But they were online at that time. Anyway, point being, that was back in July, and then in any event, they're up in June. That was in July. We're now in 29th of October.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I mean, it does seem, really unfair if Mr. Gardner thinks he's going to put anything in now. Then, Miss Bonnie, to be honest.
No, I think we were just making a point about the, that clause. I've set out what our thoughts are. I'm not putting anything additional in.
Yeah, all right. But he says here, hold on. He says, I've still not been provided with the proposed viability review. I retain the right to provide a commentary once I've provided the latest draft. Now, he says that in 42.8.4. Is that his proof then?
Yes. One is his proof and one's his rebuttal.
I see. So he's not intending to put anything else in?
No.
Okay.
These are what was previous, because I think the question came up, well, he'd seen it, and I said, I wasn't sure, so I've gone away and ferreted through the files to clarify.
And he hadn't done.
And he hadn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that quote that you've just read out, Madam, is a quote from his rebuttal, I think.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. So, in terms of the first bit about the proposed junction and the monitoring report, your final comments on that. How is that? Is that going to be? Are you going to have any dealing with that in any way? Ms. Bonnie says that there are mistakes in the drawings. So if there are mistakes, they need to be...
I mean, those junction layouts, I did point out in my evidence, I do remember speaking about it.
Right. Okay.
All that time ago. So there's been plenty of time to update that.
We can touch on it in our closings, but we don't need to do anything more in relation to it now. But Mr. Gearing explains that the drawings, the way that the drafting of the 106 has moved, means that the drawings aren't required anyway. So
we're not going to have the junctions plan now?
The drafting no longer requires them. So if there are issues with it, then they can just, the plan is not necessary. But I'll leave it and we'll touch on it briefly in closing so that you've got a note of the final.
Well, hang on. So basically the junction plans are going to be omitted. They don't need it, is that right?
That's the discussion with Swale at the moment. We're just finalising that with Kate and Swale.
We're finalising that position with the council.
It's just to confirm that the plan's there only to reference to the location of the junctions with the letters on them. It's not the plan underneath.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, it's there to reference the letters. It's not there for anything underneath in the plan. It's just the letters on the
So are the letters going to be taken out then?
I just need to confirm. Well, it wouldn't be that the letters would be taken off. It's just you wouldn't have the plan at all.
So how do we know which junction it is, or doesn't it matter?
I need to reflect on the updated drafting.
Right, okay.
And this just plays into, we actually haven't a clue what we're commenting on. I don't think anyone does.
I mean, you know.
Mrs. Bonnie's raising issues with a plan underneath when the plan is actually there just to show A to G, for example.
Okay, well,
A to G is shown. No one has any query about A to G there. That's not being challenged.
Okay. So I think everything else, most of the other things are actual things that you've already said, Ms. Bonnie, and no doubt, like the actual sales values, for example, you've commented on that. You commented on before on the trigger points. You've commented on a meadow field and a SEN provision. You commented on the lighting and stuff for the community use of the facilities, and the healthcare funding. So hang on. The only thing that is, so I would hope that you would comment in your closings on some of those things.
Yes.
Okay. And the only new things really is about this condition that you said you wanted, and also a conditional clause in the Section 106 agreement. Well, I think that's going to have to be left really at this stage. I mean, maybe you'd just like to comment on that actually. Just those last 2 points, 24 and 25. And if you think a condition is justified, you need to say, I think that's the best way of dealing with it really in closings, you know, and I'll have to consider. Okay. Right, okay, just a minute. Okay, is there anything else?
Madam, there were 2 points that you asked us to get back to you on, and
Yes.
happy to address you now or tomorrow.
Yes, that's fine.
I think the 2 points that you asked us to address you on were first the SANG note that has been prepared by the Rule 6 party, and the second issue was the NHS materials.
Yes.
In terms of the NHS materials, you would have seen that there are 2 Excel spreadsheets and some comments in relation to drafting.
Yes.
As far as the Excel spreadsheets are concerned, this is material that comes from the NHS. I've not asked my officers to have a look through each entry and confirm whether it's correct or not, but a couple of them do seem to be correct. So as far as they're concerned, I mean, you know, we have no problem with them going into the inquiry if they're not there already. And as far as the comments in relation to the drafting, we essentially have no comments on those comments. So to the extent that that is helpful, that would be the council's position. As far as the SANG note is concerned, just taking a step back, if I may, the council has already submitted under ID 100.82 a note with appendices. The appendices run to about 449 pages.
Oh, joy.
So as far as the council is concerned, everything that one might want to know about Stones Farm, or indeed more, has already been put to the inquiry. So it's not currently, well, it is not our intention to, respond formally to the note put forward by the Rule 6 party. Just to flag that there is an updated agreed note, which is perhaps mercifully 3 paragraphs. It's agreed between the applicants and ourselves.
That's the one you've already put in.
Yes, exactly. The only point that I wish to raise, it just stems out of paragraph 31 of the Rule 6 note. Just to underline that whatever might happen in other cases, as far as we're concerned, the Secretary of State is the competent authority, because it is the Secretary of State who, in terms of Regulation 63, is being asked to give any consent, permission, or other authorization in this case. So as such, it would be the Secretary of State who is the competent authority. And if it assists, that is the position that, and you'll see this from the agreed note at paragraph 3, that position is agreed with Natural England, ourselves, and also, as I understand it, the applicants as well. So other than that point,
sorry, did you? So this, you said the Secretary of State is being asked under Section 63 of what?
Sorry, Madam, it was Regulation 63.
The Habitats Regulation.
Yeah, of the Habitats Regulation. That essentially contains the Habitats test, and that's the one that says, before you give any consent, permission, or other authorization for a plan which is likely to have a significant effect, you need to undertake the appropriate assessment, etc., etc., etc.
Actually, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is a point. The NHS note, it did suggest, I don't know if where it is now. Hold on. I've got it somewhere here, I think. Hang on. The NHS. Oh, have a look at it on here. Didn't it suggest a change of wording? Hang on a minute. It's ID, isn't it? Hold on. Is it? Oh, it's not here. Hold on a minute. Must be. We've got that. Oh, perhaps we haven't got it on there yet. Oh, I've done it. Just a minute, sorry. I'll get it in my. What's this? Just a moment. Oh. The NHS. Just a moment. Right. Or perhaps there wasn't any suggestion that further drafting. Yeah, the NHS note has a whole host of drafting points, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've not seen them though, but Victoria would have them.
So what's happening about those?
They're with the town legal team, who I think are broadly happy with them, or they're just being incorporated into this final version that we will then. We're waiting for feedback on from KCC and SBC, and working with KCC and SBC on those final bits of drafting.
So KCC and who? The council?
Yes, yeah.
Right, I see. Okay. Right, okay. Thank you very much. There was just one other thing. And that was site visits. As you know, we've had extensive site visits through the inquiry. Some accompanied, some not, including at night and across the whole, both of the sites and all sorts. And I'm satisfied, as everyone else is, that sufficient site visits have been done. But it might be that there are things I want to come and revisit, in which case I will do that unaccompanied, and that will be noted as a visit in my report. But they will obviously be done after the close of the inquiry. Okay? But at the moment, I think I've seen everything.
Yeah, you're saying, Mark, we don't want to go out and see sitting
Well,
on a night like this.
I have to say that I'm very pleased we did the site visits when the weather was nice.
I thought we were looking to go out the church again.
Well, actually,
you're welcome to, and just, we can provide you independent access. So,
all right, well,
with
thank
someone
you very
that's
much.
suitably independent.
I thoroughly enjoyed my visit up the church, but I'm not sure about going up those steps again, to be quite honest. Yeah, anyway. Right, well, thank you very much. If there's nothing else then, sir?
Tomorrow it's
It's Mr. Warren. I presume it's Mr. Warren
I
first.
think it's actually Mr. Bowes. As I understand it, it's Mr. Bowes rather than Mr. Warren.
Dr. Bowes.
Dr. Bowes, sorry.
Yeah,
oh gosh,
Dr.
I'm going to get in trouble for that.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Bowes.
So on behalf of the Duchy, and then we've got Mr. Pereira, and how many pages is it? Are you both doing it as a
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
joint effort? How many pages is it?
We won't be reading all the pages, but
It looks enormous. That's what.
It's 100 and something, isn't it?
160 on the dot.
Wow.
Okay, so we're going to be most of the day doing that.
We won't read all of it.
Okay.
I'm glad you're splitting it up because that would be a bit
You saying you
much for
wouldn't
one
like
person.
5 hours of Mr. Pereira, unmitigated?
I've had about 8 hours of Mr. Marici before now. So. Not quite as much as that. Quite a long time. So.
Everyone called James sounds the same. We'll do our best.
Mix it up, yeah.
And we'll be mindful of the need for breaks if appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most important thing. Have breaks for you as much as anybody else. All right, then. Thank you all very much. I'll let you go into this fantastic evening of rain. Thank you. Inquiry is adjourned till 9:30 tomorrow.